We're live, Mayor.
Thank you. I'd like to call to order the City Council meeting of February the 15th, 2022. Clerk, would you please call the roll for this meeting?
Councilmember Nixon.
Here.
Councilmember Black.
Here.
Councilmember Curtis. Councilmember Falcone.
Here.
Councilmember Pascal.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Here.
Mayor Sweet.
Here.
And now I'll take the roll for the Park Board. So, Board Member Boot.
Butte, yes, present.
Board Member Cohen.
Present.
Board Member Cunningham. Board Member Hanson.
Here.
Board Member Parikh.
Here.
Board Member Thimpson.
Present.
Chair Judd.
Here.
And Vice Chair Holland.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Excellent. Good to see all of you. A couple of you off camera. But that's going to be fine. Our study session tonight is on two subjects. First is a special joint meeting with the Park Board to discuss park system priorities. The second is an Eastlink bus service restructure presentation. We expect to reconvene for a regular meeting at approximately 7:30 p.m. City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and welcome to our special guests from the Park Board. We're so glad to have you here. Tonight, we're going to have a dialogue with the Park Board to hear from them their priorities for our park system looking forward. And then this presentation will be about an hour, this discussion, and then we have about a half hour reserved for the transit discussion at the end of the study session. So to lead us off, I'm going to turn this over to Lynn Zwagstra, our Parks and Community Services Director.
Hi, good evening, City Council.
Welcome, Lynn.
Thank you for the opportunity for providing this chance for the Park Board to come ahead and talk to you this evening. This meeting is actually typically an annual occurrence, but has not occurred for 2 years due to COVID. Because of that hiatus and the turnover on the Park Board during that time, this meeting is actually going to be a new experience for several of our Park Board members. As we mentioned, the purpose of the meeting is to discuss with Council what the Park Board sees as the community's greatest needs and interests. In preparation for this meeting, the staff engaged the Park Board in dialogue to help articulate those highest priorities. This meeting was not necessarily meant to focus on the PROS plan, but it does dovetail nicely with the PROS plan efforts. As a side note, Park Board has seen the survey and feedback from community engagement processes and has been briefed on the potential ballot measure. No other materials from the PROS plan have been provided. However, we just received the executive summary, goals, and objectives, and those are scheduled to come to both Council and Park Board in March. And on that note, I will pass it to Park Board Chair Amanda Judd.
Welcome, Amanda.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and City Council for giving us this opportunity to meet with you tonight. We have, for the last several months, we have talked both as a board as well as with our neighbors in the community in our neighborhood meetings to really get an idea of what is important in regards to parks and community services. And we are presenting you a list of 3 items that we would love to hear your thoughts and feedback on where your priorities are in regards to this list. A different Park Board member is going to introduce each topic, and I get to introduce the first topic, which is park acquisition and development strategy. And that's kind of like a 2-parter, so to speak. First, park acquisition. As you know, this is not news. We are growing. Kirkland is growing by leaps and bounds, and we are going to continue to grow. And we want to emphasize the need to continue to grow our parks and parkland so that way, as our population density grows, that we can accommodate that with green spaces. It's very vital to the health of our community. The second part of that is development strategy. So as we update our existing parks, we really would love to do so with a lens of accessibility and inclusion. As we have seen in some of our newer parks, we would love to include that in some of our existing parks, as well as thinking creatively in making connections with our existing systems. So that is our first topic, and would love to hear, your thoughts.
Council, who wants to start? Should we use hands tonight or the list? Okay, I'm getting reverb. Okay, Councilmember Curtis.
You know, I don't like to leave you hanging like that, Mayor, so I'll just jump right in. And there's so many of us, it's hard for me to see all the park board members. Let me move this over here. Former park board members, shout out to park board. Thank you for all you guys do. It's super important to all of the community. I think that you will find that none of the council members disagree with this focus, that we all believe that park acquisition and further development of our park space is hugely important. One of the things that I'm struggling with or trying to figure out is, you know, our current level of service, well, we're going to get to level of service, but our current level of service is within a quarter mile of a resident's home. And as we become more dense, we're going to need to figure out how to accommodate the usage of our parks and the number of people that are using, you know, relatively finite space. So I would love to hear the park board's thoughts on that. And I also, and Amanda or Chair Judd, you know, one of the things that I would love to hear from you guys is ideas that you have for activating our existing parks. And I don't know if that is going to be later in your presentation. So I'm really hoping that tonight it's not just a conversation of us talking to you, but I would love to hear your ideas and thoughts, because you are boots on the ground on this. As you said, you're reaching out to neighbors and communities, and I'm anxious to hear your thoughts too. So thanks for coming tonight.
Any further comments? Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you, Chair Judd. This is such an important topic, and I'm so glad that you presented on this. I will echo everything Councilmember Curtis said. I won't repeat anything that she said, though, but did want to highlight that I really appreciated your comment about wanting to increase not only the accessibility, but the inclusivity of our parks as well. And I think that's something that the Park Board has really led the way on, and our city has done a fantastic job with some of the newer playgrounds, for example, that you mentioned, and I would love to see us do even more of that. So I just wanted to underscore that and say that I really want us to find ways to expedite that process as well, to not wait decades for our playgrounds to be truly inclusive for the children in our community, because we might miss a whole generation of kids who otherwise would have been able to play at our parks and playgrounds. So I just encourage you and encourage my fellow council members for us to really prioritize this so that we can be truly, truly inclusive. And if we can find ways to bump the prioritization of creating truly inclusive parks, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am going to repeat very briefly some of what our Councilmember Curtis said, and only because I think it needs to be emphasized the extent to which I think this council supports a lot of the initiatives described in Chair Judd and the Park Board's presentation. And I just want to emphasize one point, which is as we seek to protect our farms and fields and forests by concentrating our future growth where we have existing built environment, just want to emphasize the need for us to take seriously our park and our park capacity and our the variety of means of enjoying our parks. It's going to be super critical as we seek to build a future that's sustainable, that's walkable, et cetera. So thank you. And thank you, Chair Judd, for this work and this presentation, along with your members.
And as I don't see any other council members, I am just going to make a comment here. I think we're at a time, a really important time in park development for the city of Kirkland. We are out of land. We have very little opportunity to build that North End Park that would operate on a par of some of the parks we have across the city. What are we going to do in Juanita? And what I think that means is means that we're going to have to figure out ways to get incredibly creative around using the space that we have. What can we be doing at the North Kirkland Community Center that we're not doing now? What hours are we programming? Do we have opportunities to expand those hours and to expand the different kinds of things that we are programming into the parks so that we get more usership? I guess the word is, it's a new word, but it's okay. I mean, we have parks that are heavily used and then some that aren't so well used. And I would suggest that sometimes the North Kirkland facility is underutilized. So I think that needs to be part of your evaluation in terms of moving forward. But I do encourage you to be as creative as you possibly can in terms of evaluating linear spaces, of evaluating how we can incorporate green space into building development. I think we want to see, as maybe clusters as of cottages come in, they should all have shared space to provide what Councilmember Falcone was talking about in terms of play areas for local children. So I just think explode your brains and please feel free to jump in here. I'm happy to call on any of you to add to this conversation. Okay. Mike.
Hi, good evening. Mike Holland, Vice Chair. So I attend a couple of the neighborhood association meetings on a bi-monthly basis. And generally speaking, the feedback we get about parks from our citizens is really, really positive. They are really happy with our parks and admire what the Parks Department and Council has done to ensure that our parks, where we are today and certainly moving forward in the future. One thing they've asked for, which they think is, understanding that there's not a whole lot of money, there's not a whole lot of space, but one thing they've asked for, they'd like to see more splash pads. I'm thinking at the new urban complex between QFC and Shake Shack, there's that splash pad there, which is very, very, very popular in the summer months. There's interest by the neighborhood associations. Can we have more of those? That's a small footprint, hopefully not too expensive to actually implement, with a lot of potential benefit. So I wanted to at least pass on that piece of information from the people that I meet with.
Thank you, Commissioner. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Chair Judd, and members of the Park Board, both for your work getting to this point and all of the things we're going to be asking you to do as we talk about the PROS plan, ballot measures, and things in the future. Your work, expertise, and feedback on this is really, really valuable. One of the things that isn't mentioned in the creative ways to meet the level of service that is worth looking at is a concept called stormwater parks. As we develop, part of our philosophy is that generally we want stormwater to be treated on site. And whether that's vaults or even better, something like low impact development where it's actually done on green space and site. What's happening elsewhere in the region is turning that space that's used for stormwater into a park. And whether it's a trail that goes around a stormwater pond where previously it'd be just ugly fence thing, but something that can be more active, I think that's should be considered in the category of creative ways to do parks, because we're going to have to build that kind of stormwater facility anyway, or at least ask a developer to do so. And perhaps that's a way to also tack onto this. And then finally, on the idea of linear parks, especially on the Cost-Kirkland corridor and other places where we know we've got some opportunities, be great to hear some idea from the park board on priorities of which would be great candidates for the first tier of projects, whether that comes out of the pros plan discussion or the ballot measure discussion. I think it'd be great to identify here are the places we want to start. Thanks.
Super, thank you. Any further discussion on this item? Commissioner Holland, I see your hand is still up, or is it still up, or is it up again? Thank you.
Sorry, I forgot to take it down.
No problem. Back to you, Chair Judd.
Thank you. I think we can move on to our next topic, and Board Member Parikh will be introducing that.
Thank you, Chair Judd, and good evening, council members. And again, thank you for the opportunity to serve on this board. It's very meaningful and important to me. Well, I think we're all in agreement. Kirkland's really blessed to have a wonderful park system. We have great leadership in the Parks Department and a really dedicated and knowledgeable staff that makes it work and keeps all these amenities so accessible and looking so good. So I had to give a shout out for that. As you know, I've lived in this community for a little over 50 years. And so I've seen the parks really change and develop over time. And there's just no doubt in my mind that one of the reasons that Kirkland is the place of choice for people to live and work and play is in large part because of this park system. And as it relates to level of service, more than just a number or even a combination of numbers, I think we should view it as kind of a proxy for our community's health. It's for physical activity and fitness. I think there's great mental benefits from enjoying the outdoors and being able to see green space. The programs and services that we offer that cater to each stage of life, I think, are very valuable. And in a time where we're, facing a lot of divisions as a country and a community, I think that the park system is really a point of social cohesion, something that all the residents can get behind and support. And so I think for all these reasons, that if you take all this together, the park system is really a major impact on our public health in many, many ways. And what I see is that related to the level of service, as the prior discussion revealed, is one of the big risks that we're facing is that we're having a very rapid development, and certainly there's a proposal to, really increase our population and our density. And as we do that, I think we have to be cognizant of, how will this affect all the levels of service? How do we measure what will be the kind of the pacing of things, right? And one of the points I've consistently spoken to you about, not necessarily as a park board member, but maybe in other venues, is that we have to put these levels of service at the front end of development plans. That if we go ahead and allow a really major increase without kind of a coincident development strategy for parks and for schools and for transportation, will really be adversely affecting our community. So number one point is, how do we measure and how do we ensure that we take action on a timely basis? That's what I'm really encouraging about this discussion. The discussion about the linear parks and the rooftop parks, where we can fit things in, I think those are going to be an important component. But the feedback that I get from my neighbors, from other people I've talked to, is that those don't substitute for a community park or a neighborhood park. And that where you plan to, as Councilmember Black said, to use the built environment that's already there to leverage those economies, I'm encouraging you to think in ways that how can we put something in that or close to that location that can serve as a community or neighborhood park. If that can be done, that's the trick I think that really needs to be figured out. I think even from the last PROS plan, we still see a deficit in lots of measures, whether it's facilities or services. Happily, that's not reflected in the public opinion polling that has been done, both the voluntary one and the scientific survey. Both those shows that those survey methods showed people are very satisfied with what we have. We don't want that to decline. It's one of the few things I think that we can point to that says, of all these different measures of how we operate as a city, the parks is really kind of at the top. So really, again, my hope is that this council will carry on, the legacy of the foresight that we had, from Doris Cooper and Mr. Russell, Al Locke, to create Marina Park and Peter Kirk Park and all the waterfront parks and sports fields. Those are all so key to what we get to enjoy today that we're lucky enough to experience today. So with that, I'll ask for reactions and further discussion. How's that, Council or Chairman Judd? Is that okay? All right.
Sounds good. John, do you want to go back to the slide that's got the questions on it? Okay. Council, anyone have ideas to address this? Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks to all the park board members for being here. This is a really great conversation, and those are some provoking thoughts there. And I agree with them. I would say that some of the things that I want to kind of build off of kind of what's been said, but let's be creative around really what the level of service we're seeking and that is ultimately needed to serve our community and as our community changes. And there's been a couple things I've been thinking about that I've seen other communities kind of tackle. And so it'd be nice to kind of investigate options on how we might maybe do it differently. Because not every park is the same, right? So just because you're close to a park doesn't mean that you're provided the same benefits as someone else that lives near a community park. And so this quarter-mile level service measurement, I think is a good starting point, but I think we're probably a little bit more sophisticated than that now, and we'll need to be as we move forward. And one of the things I've seen other communities do is to look at how communities and neighborhoods can connect better to existing community or parks that have substantial facilities, recreation facilities, active amenities that really are the things that people love about their parks, right? That are going to attract a variety of different users, different ages. And so how can we connect people with kind of our community parks, and how can we improve amenities at them? And so some cities have been really looking at expanding that quarter mile to a half mile or beyond, if there are really good linear connections, safe connections for families to walk, to bike to the park, to seek recreation, to seek a playground, that in some cases, maybe it doesn't make sense. A quarter mile doesn't make sense, right? It's too difficult to locate a park. It wouldn't be as well utilized as others. So really look at thinking about making modifications to that so that we really link and prioritize our connections to our park so people can get there safely, easily. Those that are mobility impacted, those are kind of the things that I'd like to see explored, and love to see your ideas. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Parikh.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal, that's so key. I 100% agree with this connectivity. Bike path or rolling trail or something like that helps folks to get from place to place and in a way that's active too. Now, I know we have to also consider folks that can't bike or have difficulty walking, but I think for quite a large number, that will really be a big enhancement, right? You get to go from place to place in a way that's enjoyable. Hopefully it's separated from vehicular traffic in some way. It would be a major amenity. And so in my view, I think that's definitely a high priority. And it also fits in well with some of the transportation issues that I know that the city's dealing with. So 100% agree with that. And thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you. And I just want to add a comment to that. I wonder how closely connected that discussion is with Kirkland Greenway's work. So is connecting parks part of the rationale that drives how we develop our greenways? And I'm not sure the answer to that. Board Member Cohen.
Thank you. Thank you, council members, for having us for this great conversation. One thing I'd like to add on, and I think it was Councilmember Curtis who mentioned that the space available to gain park assets is finite. And I would press back is a little bit strong, but I would encourage the council to and the parks for ourselves and the parks department to think creatively about how we can gain access to the limited resources that are available, that developers are also taking possession of as well, so that as we grow, we can expand our footprint in a meaningful way. Because otherwise, as creative as we can get with delivering park services, more people on limited space is going to, by default, become more crowded. So I think that's something that, as we've had our discussions as a board and we've reached out to the community, is that we're all for density and growth, but we want to make sure that green spaces remain part of that vision. And if we can acquire, and as we acquire new spaces, even if they're smaller, that they're still advantageous to keep moving in that direction.
Thank you. Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you. And Board Member Cohen, I couldn't agree with you more. Absolutely. And, an earlier example was the CKC. Can that become a linear park? So I agree with you that we need to continue to expand our park space. When I said that, what I was thinking of was Totem Lake Park is a beautiful, fabulous, well-used park. And is it a big enough park for that area because of the density of the area? So that's what I meant by finite space. But I agree with you that we need to continue to expand our park system and expand our open space. So thank you for letting me clarify that.
Well, and I think Totem Lake is a case in point, right? I mean, what properties are there up there where we can actually do anything? Potentially if we are able to develop housing at the park and ride, maybe there's some opportunity. But there's not a lot of land up there. So is there something we can do creatively around the combination of the connection of the CKC to the Totem Lake connector and the land directly behind the maintenance center that would expand some access in the Totem Lake area? Councilmember Nixon.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to observe that I think we have some really tough choices to make. Specifically, do we want more playing fields and sport courts, et cetera? Or do we want to preserve dense groves of trees? clearly our community is quite divided on that prioritization. We need to set some policies on how the land we already own as a city that is locked up in green belts of various kinds can be beneficially used in the here and now. One example I like to talk about is the South Norway Hill Park in Kingsgate, right up across the street from the Kingsgate Safeway. And if we wanted to convert that 10 acres into playing fields and courts, how could we mitigate the canopy loss by using other city-owned property that is less usable for active recreation? Are there other green belts where the quality of the canopy could be improved to balance out the loss of trees when building new fields and courts? What policies do we need to have in place? Do we even have an inventory at this point of what land we have that could potentially be redeveloped into active recreation space? And I'm asking this as a question, but I think it's going to be some really tough prioritization decisions for us going forward.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I would just add, I believe that Crestwood Park presents quite an opportunity for some additional functioning. And I don't know if that's ever been evaluated, but there is a lot of land there, and it's not necessarily treed. A lot of slope, great walking area, great, trails, but no pickleball courts. Anyway, just thinking. Chris, Board Member Timpson. You are muted, my dear.
There always has to be one, doesn't there? Just wanted to address Council Member Nixon's comment. To add on to that, I guess, when evaluating parks in Kirkland that have groves of trees, that those are valuable for future climate change, and also for stormwater management. And rather than thinking about stormwater vaults or things like that, when we're developing parks, we have natural stormwater management with our forested areas, and that there are ways that we can develop those areas with trails and even dog parks and playgrounds and still preserve the trees. That there's value in those as well. Thank you.
Well, and before we leave this topic, I just want to bring up the other side of Juanita Beach Park. I sure hope that's in somebody's plan for programming. I mean, it's a nice little dog park, but there's a lot more land there. Back to you, Chair Judd. Oh, sorry. Board Member Parikh.
I totally agree with the idea about prioritization. And so when we think about the work that's being done in the PROS plan, in the training that I had to be a park board member, it's not your own personal view. You're taking in a lot of different inputs from different people, and how to set that. When we decide what is the thing we're measuring, and then we're going to allocate based on that. I think we really need a serious discussion about what is the weighting of each measure, okay, to help that prioritization to really fulfill what we want. And it's not purely mechanical or mathematical, right? There's a lot of judgment and emotion in it, undoubtedly. But I think the things that Mayor Sweet has brought up and Councilmember Nixon has mentioned, those are all things that should really be in the mix about how we decide to prioritize, what we recommend to you based on kind of in-depth analysis. And I'm hoping that, we'll be very thoughtful about that. But a couple of things that I've heard from park leadership and park staff is about how to make the fields more usable year-round, about certain lighting, what Councilmember Pascal talked about, connectivity between different places. I think all those things have to be in the mix. But, making the most of what you have. But really one of the key drivers, again, is how many people are going to be here and how soon will parks be acquired or facilities improved to manage that new population. And that's the thing that I would like to leave you with from this discussion.
Thank you. And back to you, Chair Judd.
Thank you, Mayor Sweet. Our last topic that we would like to present to you will be introduced by Park Board Member Butte.
Thank you, Chairperson Judd. I'm just so grateful that I've had a chance to work with our awesome Park Board and Parks Department. And this evening, our members and City Council members have also added a lot of wonderful input. I'll make my recommendations short and sweet. Based on the feedback that we have received from families in our city, there is already a challenge to access the aquatic facilities, both at Peter Kirk Pool and at the local school facilities. And what we recommend is that by we, I mean the Park Board, we recommend the development of a multi-purpose recreation and aquatic facility to serve the needs of our growing population. And we also, on the Park Board, as well as the Parks Department, are very appreciative of the current council discussions on a ballot measure for this purpose. Having an aquatics facility, a multi-purpose facility will really reduce the pressures on the facilities we have right now. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Board Member Butte. I hope that you were all able to watch our discussion with regard to an upcoming ballot measure or moving forward with that. I think there's a bit of work that has to happen between now and when we actually begin the discussion and engage the community more deeply. A lot of it depends on the PROS plan and the data that comes out of there. But we have heard increasingly more and more energy around this topic. And we hear you, absolutely. I believe it's only a question of time and then some really critical evaluation between our absolute needs and sort of what we can do, right? What our community is going to be willing to step up to in terms of what they're willing to pay for, quite frankly. We've been very fortunate over the years with Park Board initiatives, but times are interesting times. We just passed the school levy. I think we feel pretty good about that. This is a community that I believe will support a bond or levy or combination. But we have to put the work into it to understand exactly what we're dealing with. And that process is probably going to take us up until 23, I think, is when we're proposing potentially the park levy. But I think we're excited about that. And I believe that the theme of our discussion was, if you're going to go big. Which is encouraging, and I think that's what our community is telling us as well. And that's it from me. Any further comments from council or the Park Board? I think this is one of those things where we're going to need you a lot over the course of the next 2 years in order to do that, to do this thing. And Board Member Parikh, is that your hand?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
I don't mean to monopolize this discussion, but I had to give you a little anecdote about the aquatic facility. So as a parent whose daughter was on swim team and having to line up at the Peter Kirk pool at 4:30 in the morning to get a place in line to see that you could register, and that's already more than a decade and a half ago. I feel like this is it's overdue. We really need it, and I'm hoping that with all due care and prudence that we get it done this time, and bring in the people who didn't like some aspect of the last go around, and make sure that it gets done this time.
Thank you. And I think we heartily agree. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you. And I really appreciate that comment about bringing the community together on this, just because whatever approach that we look at, and I hope that we'll have a lot of time to look at various options. A Metropolitan Parks District is going to be a heavy lift. We saw some challenges with that before, some of which we've addressed in state law, but also a bond's a heavy lift. This community, being very supportive of education, only passed its recent levies by 57%. So the 60% for threshold for a bond is going to take a lot of community conversation as well. So definitely think there's some work ahead, and want to keep an open mind on what and how we go do this, because it's going to take a lot of convincing either way to get on those across those hurdles. But I'm excited about everything that I am hearing, and excited about the energy that's it's time, and people are excited about doing this.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'm really pleased to hear that you all are excited about this. I mean, this is going to be a heavy lift. We're going to need your input, and I'm just glad you're excited to take part of this. I guess some things that I'm thinking about that would really love to hear your feedback on during this process is really, what did we learn from that past process beyond people didn't like the Metropolitan Park District? I think there were other lessons learned from that process beyond just the MPD. And so let's be thoughtful. Let's be really using what we heard from that last process. What the appetite is from the community for funding some of this. I don't know that I'm on the same page with the mayor. I think I heard you say, Mayor, that the community is telling us to go big. I don't know that I know what the community is saying just yet, other than they love their parks. So I really want to hear a little bit more from the community. Or do you really want to go big? How big do you want to go? What is it that you really, really want? And what are those things that you can live without? And I know that we've gotten some of that information from the pro survey, but it's like, how do you interpret that? How do you prioritize some of that? I think the park board will be really helpful in synthesizing that information and really kind of teasing out the nuggets that I think we really need to make decisions upon. I think the other thing is for me, I personally would like to see us think about forming some type of park funding exploratory committee too. So we'd be using the park board, you all and your day-to-day kind of knowledge and interests, and you have so much else on your plate, but also an exploratory committee that can really dig into this, that where, perhaps I would guess that there'd be a park board member part of that, or maybe two. And that's kind of what I'm looking for, something similar to what we did for the public safety ballot measure. Really get folks from all walks of life, different interests, different backgrounds, to participate in this and come up with something that I think folks are really going to support. And let me just leave you with these two things. The one thing I strongly believe in for the aquatic facility is we need to go to the voters with a location. If we say, hey, give us money, and we'll figure out where that's going to go later, I don't think it's going to go well, unfortunately. And then two, I'll say this, if when I leave council and we haven't figured out the aquatic facility, I'm going to be very disappointed in my time on council. Even though I know that, we'll have accomplished a lot. That one thing, if that's not finalized, I'm going to be very disappointed. Thank you.
Thank you for those high expectations, Councilmember Pascal. Councilmember Nixon, did you have a comment? Somehow you jumped up to the top of the screen. Any other comment from council or from the board members? Okay. Chair Judd, have you got any further discussion for us?
Not at this time, Mayor. Thank you so much for the opportunity that you've given us to present this to you and to have these conversations. Particularly excited about where you see a need for us to support you in these measures moving forward.
Thank you, and we expect you to go forth in front of us and lay the work plan out to some degree. So thank you very much for joining us tonight. And I'm sorry, my dog is trying to get on my lap. And look forward to working with you. So with that, I believe this takes us to item B, which is the Eastlink bus service restructure. City Manager, are we ready for that?
I believe so. Just give us a second to get the transportation folks on. Just as a brief introduction, as you know, Madam Mayor, we're all looking forward to when Light Rail Eastlink is going to be operating through Bellevue and into Redmond. And Metro and Sound Transit are working closely to restructure bus service when that happens. And they're here tonight to give the City Council an overview of that restructure and to hear any questions or comments from the Council. So here to give an introduction is our Public Works Director, Julie Underwood.
Welcome, Julie.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. It's my pleasure to turn this over to Kimberly Scribner, who is our transportation planner, and will also introduce Metro.
Great. Thank you, City Manager Julie, Mayor Sweet, members of the council. Good evening. Really happy to introduce our staff from both King County Metro and Sound Transit. We have Brian Henry, who is the service planning lead for East King County, Regina Dove, the Eastlink Community Engagement Lead for also for King County Metro, and David Laservosky from Sound Transit. He's a senior service planner. David, I hope I got your last name okay. Before I hand it off to our transit team, there are just two things that I will mention. The first is that early on in this process, we did get a lot of questions from folks from the Kirkland Alliance of Neighborhoods. So we really want to thank Metro and Sound Transit teams for presenting to the CAN. They also presented to the Transportation Commission, and a summary of those conversations are in your packet. The second thing that I'll mention is that staff is working with both Metro and King County on projects within Kirkland to address speed and reliability improvements. We're not addressing that tonight, and specifically those conversations are in the works, but just wanted to let you know that we are working with staff on those projects. So with that, I will invite Regina to share her screen and hand it over to Brian, Regina, and David.
Great, thank you very much, Kimberly. Thank you everyone for having us here tonight. It's a pleasure to be able to share an update with you on this project and hear from you any comments and questions that you have about the work that we're doing. With that, we'll just flip to the next slide here. This is a quick overview of our agenda. We just want to give a little bit of a context on the goals and the scope, talk about the star of the show, Link Light Rail on the east side, and then share with you what we've been doing for public engagement, focus in on what some of the proposed bus network changes are, and then finish out with kind of the timeline of where we're headed. So with that, we'll jump right in. So this first slide here summarizes our goals for the project. And first and foremost, the work we're doing is focused on equity. We really want to improve mobility for priority populations. And for us at Metro and Sound Transit, that's defined as Black, Indigenous, and other people of color, low-income families, disabled folks, refugees and immigrants, diverse language speakers. And we not only want to improve mobility for these populations, but also make sure that we're engaging these groups equitably. So really bringing a voice to those who may historically have not had a strong seat at the table in making these decisions. In terms of what we're looking at on the ground, we want to deliver service that really takes advantage of Link. This is going to be a huge game changer for this region with very fast, very high capacity transit. And we want to let Link do what it does best, but also support that with a high quality bus system that can bring more opportunities and options for travel for folks throughout the study area. And we want to make sure that we're bringing our future plans to fruition here in Metro Connects, ST's plans for the future to make it a reality. On the right here is just kind of a map that shows you a little bit of a window into our focus on equity. The darker areas show you where in our study area on the east side we have priority populations and higher densities. So the darker colors are higher densities of folks from that priority population groups. So yeah, with that, I'm going to hand this over to David to give a little bit more context on the project.
Thanks, Brian. And my name is David Lazarovsky. I'm the project manager lead for the Sound Transit side. So to kind of give you an appreciation for the work we're doing is showing you the study area. And it shows just how vast the restructure is and how many cities it's touching from Bellevue to Woodinville. Next slide, please. So yeah, Link Light Rail. This is why we're here. By 2024, 25 new stations will be open. This includes 12 on the east side, as well as restructures in Linwood and Federal Way and Tacoma. It'll bring fast, reliable service, 20 hours a day with 8 minutes in the peak. Next slide, please. So this is a fun slide to kind of stress the benefits of Link. So one Link Light Rail, which is a consist of 4 cars, equals about 800 people or 10 buses or 500 cars. So put it another way, in an hour, Link, the 2 line combined with the 1 line, will carry about 12,000 people per hour. So that's a tremendous amount of people. But I also want to stress the reliability factor. You're not getting stuck in traffic jams. Link provides its own protected right of way. And you're getting across a network, a true transit network in a much faster and robust way. Next slide, please. So with respect to the 2 line, 10 stations opened in 2023, and the remaining 2 open in 2024, those being Southeast Redmond and Downtown Redmond Station. That's 17.4 miles of rail. As I mentioned, every 8 minutes during the peak hour. But I think really what I want to stress here is just how tremendously this opening of Link does to the region and improving the connectivity, the regional connectivity. So not only are we enhancing connectivity on the east side, but to the Metro Seattle area. So for example, from South Bellevue, we'll be able to arrive to SeaTac in about 50 minutes, 18 minutes from downtown Redmond to Bellevue. And again, the bus network will support rail in this process. So with that, I'm gonna hand over the baton to Regina, who will talk about our outreach effort and what we've heard to this point.
Yes, hi everybody. So again, my name is Regina. I'm with King County Metro and I'm on the community engagement planner team. So I'm here to sort of highlight what our past engagement has looked like in previous phases. And what I do want to sort of elevate before getting into the little details is, under the pandemic and under COVID-19, we've had to do some adaptations with community engagement. And so a lot of this engagement does look like virtual engagement and also stronger partnership with CBOs and community-based organizations to support us in doing some more targeted outreach. And so with phase one engagement, I won't go through each of all of these activities that we've done, but you can see here that at the beginning phase, we did want to do a large stakeholder interview process. So we were trying to engage over multiple community-based organizations, cities, and employers in the initial process. And we also did a public survey, which was conducted for the entire month of April last year, where we had 1,300 respondents, and we had made sure that it was available in 9 different languages for the region. And again, just some high-level report backs as far as what our engagement has looked like. It's been fairly multi-pronged, so we made sure that we did a sort of a blanketed outreach via mailers to the different zip codes in the area, in the project area. We also provided in the second phase virtual briefing sessions with over 350 participants collectively for public meetings, and also partnered with our CBOs to meet with 8 different community groups. We've also been in partnership with Enviro Issues and the VITA agency to support us with our digital and ethnic media ads to multiple media outlets in multiple different languages. We also developed an outreach toolkit, which we provided to employers and jurisdictions and community members to support us with that promotion, in addition to hitting different bus stops with announcements to refer folks to our online open house and survey. That additionally was with MOUs that we designed with 4 community-based organizations to help us do some deeper engagement for different communities. And so those CBOs were HopeLink, the Chinese Information Service Center, the Indian American Community Service Center, Community Services, and then also the Ethnic Chamber of Commerce Coalition. So yeah, with their support, we've been able to do a little bit of a deeper engagement in targeted communities. That all resulted in some higher engagement in our survey that second round. So we got over 1,800 respondents with, I know this seems like small levels of percentages, but these are actually the highest levels we've seen for in-language respondents for both Chinese and Korean in our project areas. So that was very significant for us. Another thing I actually did want to highlight, though it's not here in the slides, is our partnership with our mobility board this round. So we have been meeting regularly with our mobility board, who are individuals made up of the entire project area, and wanted to highlight, with their partnership, we've been able to understand priorities for the network, including more service outside of peak periods, more service on weekends, maintaining frequent service in those peak periods, and some more real-time information technology. So just some highlights from the mobility board as well. And I'll pass it along to Brian next.
Great, thanks a lot, Regina. So before we get into some of the proposed changes for the current study, I want to step back and talk a little bit about the Northeast Side Mobility Project. This was a significant effort by Metro and Sound Transit and Kirkland and other jurisdictions and communities, where we really worked to improve the transit network, hear from people what they needed. And a key aspect of that was coordination and forethought around the coming of link stations. And I'll touch on some of those specific improvements in the overview of route changes during the Eastlink process. But overall, the NEMP changes increased span and frequency while improving travel time. I also want to point out, we while implementing these initial changes during the pandemic, we have seen these new routes that were part of that project continue to grow ridership quickly. So that's a positive sign, even though the timing wasn't what we would have wanted to plan. I don't think anyone would want, wishing we could go back and not have the pandemic. So I just wanted to give that overview because I think that project is an important context in our work with Kirkland on as it relates to Eastlink overall. Next slide, please. So this kind of touches really quickly on what Regina was saying earlier about the mobility board. It's quite a large study area, and so we group folks into different areas to really focus in on the needs of different parts of the study area. And you can see the specific priority needs that were developed in the area that included Kirkland and generally the northern part of the study area. And as Regina noted, some of these things show up here. Great local connections, more service on nights and weekends, easy transfers that are seamless, and making sure folks can still get to downtown Seattle were all key. Next slide, please. So this slide focuses on the overall benefits, the sort of big picture benefits of the proposed network. This network really allows riders to reach more places at more times of day. And that's what these bold bullets of high-level benefits are showing. It reflects what we are hearing from people and incorporates how we're recovering from the pandemic differently, acknowledging less peak travel due to increased work from home and more desire to travel at different times of day. Next slide, please. This slide shows a zoom in of the proposed network, kind of focusing a little bit further north and looking at specific changes that are relevant to the Kirkland area, especially new connections to rail and new evening and weekend service between Totem Lake and downtown Redmond, which builds on additional service that was added to that 930 route, the yellow line there on the map during NEMP. Also in line with NEMP's anticipation of connections to Link, the new Route 250 is a frequent route that connects to downtowns and rail in Bellevue and Redmond. The Route 245 is another route that provides a frequent connection to the Microsoft campus. The new Route 225 is another local connection that brings folks to the Overlake Village Station in that area from Kirkland. And finally, another proposal is consolidated I-405 Peak Express service that will utilize WashDOT's new SR 520 to I-5 Express ramp. That allows a new connection to South Lake Union, and it will also then continue on to downtown Seattle during the peak period. So those are the kind of high-level changes that I wanted to focus on tonight. And then I'll pass it back to Regina to talk a little bit about where we're headed, and then we can see what questions and comments we have.
Okay, so I did just want to zoom us out one more time to share a high-level timeline of our community engagement processes and how that has coincided with our service planning work. As you can see, we are currently at the very beginning of phase 3. We launched actually officially last week, and we have our revised online open house with the new proposed network and our survey currently open for responses. And again, we've also already sent out a communications and media toolkit to jurisdictions and to our community stakeholders support us in promoting engagement in this phase. So we are slated to close phase 3 engagement on March 7th. So that's when our online open house, or our survey will close. We'll still have our online open house for folks who are still wanting to look at the network. And then after which we'll be meeting with our mobility board again in April, and also our partner review board for final review of the network before transmitting over to the county council. That will be in July. So just a high level zoom out before sort of looking into our engagement timeline and our next steps. In particular, I wanted to draw your attention to this phase 3 bubble here and what we'll be doing. So again, we'll be presenting our proposed changes to the public. We're going to be explaining how the design has really matured with that feedback and how community input has influenced these concepts. Again, we'll be seeking more feedback from all of our stakeholders on ways to refine and optimize the network, in addition to doing a final equity analysis. So just giving you that highlight here. And then my last slide here is actually just looking ahead at some specific dates that I want to highlight to y'all tonight. So as you already know, week of February 7th, we launched officially our engagement phase. So the online site is now open. Also coming up this week on February 17th, from I believe it's 6 to 7 p.m., we have a virtual info session that's available to the public for folks to meet with service planners and dive into questions that they may have about changes being proposed to the network. That information for the info sessions is available online at our online open house, and folks can register again through that link. And we'll be meeting again on Saturday in the afternoon on the 26th, again, a virtual info session for folks to talk to service planners. And these are some of our specific dates where we'll be meeting with our mobility board. So we'll do the engagement results and reviewing all of our survey responses with the mobility board and network proposal. And we'll be doing one final meeting with them in May to close out the process. And then summer, again, will be the final ordinance to King County Council on Sound Transit, which is currently slated for July. So if you haven't gotten that communications toolkit, I highly encourage you all to check out our website and promote this to your folks. And if there's any specific comments, you can always reach out to our community engagement email, which is haveasay@kingcounty.gov, where we'll be able to respond to any questions you may have. So I will stop my share there, and I think we'll have time for comments and questions.
Great. Thank you, guys. Good presentation. A lot of good information. A lot of stuff to look forward to, including people getting on those buses. Council comments, questions, concerns. Councilmember Pascal.
Madam Mayor. Well, good to see everyone here. You know, I was just thinking about like Eastlink is coming along soon. I know I've been seeing some of the trains being tested and just kind of like, wow, yeah, it's coming. It felt so low, like it was going to be so far away, but it's coming quick. And I remember talking about this restructure process as part of the Regional Transit Committee, because I think many of you know that I sit on that for SCA, and there's a lot of kind of consternation about like, you know, service hours being moved elsewhere, you know, from Metro due to duplicative service. But, you know, this process seems like it's been coming together and been moving pretty well so far from what I've heard. I haven't really received any kind of comments or anything from the community, but I do have some questions wanted to kind of hit on for Metro. One, the equity priority area map that you showed earlier in your presentation, that was you know, obviously a big part of the changes that were adopted last year as part of the service guidelines. And what struck me with the map that you showed today in your presentation was that it looked a lot different than what I'd seen through that process, where Northeast King County didn't really have any dark areas, and this map did. So maybe it's been recalibrated for Northeast King County. Would that be a correct assumption? Because normally when you looked at the entire county view from an equity priority area, they were all lightly colored up here, but now I see kind of more dark colored. So maybe you could explain that a little bit more.
Yeah, sure, I can. And I think I might need to also kind of come back to you with that to like make sure I'm like looking at the map extent or the key could have been different, which could give a different view. So I want to be able to compare with what you may have seen at RTC. And I know that we've also, we've updated demographic information possibly. So there's change from what you may have seen earlier RTC. So that's a possible explanation as well. I know I noticed changes when they updated more recent demographic information as like, obviously more people are moving to this region and things are changing, we're growing. So that also could have been another explanation, but I will definitely follow up on that with the Metro's RTC folks and get you some more info on that.
Yeah, it's good. It's good that it probably contains updated information. I took notice of the area that was east of 132nd Avenue. It looked like it was east of 132nd Avenue, kind of between Redmond and Kirkland. That was kind of a really dark linear area. And so that was something I hadn't really seen from some of the past exercises as part of the Regional Transit Committee. So be interested in that. There was a couple things that I saw in the proposal. One, and this is probably for you, Brian, Route 257, 252, these are peak only routes kind of that serve northern Kirkland, both in Juanita. One serves kind of Juanita area, the other serves Kingsgate. These are routes that are I don't know, it seems like they're not really related to Eastlink in any way, but it just seems like you're kind of consolidating things as part of this. Is that kind of the intention? I'm wondering, you know, how those came to be. Is it just because the peak only routes aren't seeing any riders anymore? Or, you know, how did you kind of land on kind of essentially removing those from the kind of the local roadway system?
I think that is one big driver, is that ridership on those routes. It is pretty low. And so I think that's one thing that's driving it. And also to kind of streamline the travel time for the folks who are at Park and Rides to be able to get into South Lake Union downtown quickly. I'd say those are the two main drivers on that.
Okay, well, it'd be great to get a little bit more information back at some point just about what those ridership numbers were pre-COVID. I know that a lot of routes in Kirkland have been struggling through the COVID period because, you know, many of our riders just were choice riders. It was discretionary transit trips. You know, they're not back at their places of employment, whereas others, you know, are dependent riders. They're dependent upon transit for their mobility needs. And I know a number of members on RTC were really fearful that peak only routes were essentially going to go away. And I think we're still trying to understand whether or not those are important or not, once assuming choice riders come back at some point. So that was kind of the question. I'd like to learn a little bit more about. And then I guess the last question is about Stride. So Stride is going to come online 2026-ish. So do you envision, the Sound Transit envision and Metro envision additional kind of changes at that time, or does this kind of capture that as well?
Well, Metro and Sound Transit have talked about coming back and taking a look at how best to make sure we're taking advantage of the changes that Stride will bring. I think that it's the scope of change and the size would likely be smaller than this study for obvious reasons about number of stations. But I do think Kirkland's an important place to make sure we're taking a close look at how the Stride station opening will integrate well and connect people with the local bus network, because I think that's going to be an important dynamic of people taking advantage of Stride, is coordinating Metro and Sound Transit service. I don't know if you have anything to add, David.
Yeah, I mean, I think that captures it pretty well. I would just add that, yes, we are going to take a fresh look. I don't think it will be as big of a restructure as Eastlink, but we are going to look at our service and we will work with our partners to look at theirs, so there's no duplicative service and ways, as Brian mentioned, to support access to Stride.
Great. Well, just thanks again. Thanks for Metro and Sound Transit working together on this. It's great to see you both really kind of linking up and trying to do, you know, the best you can for our area. Thank you.
Thank you for the great questions, and we'll follow up with you on that.
Sorry, Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just want to echo the comments of Councilmember Pascal, thanking Metro and Sound Transit, and also would love to have answers to some of those same questions. And I had noticed what Councilmember Pascal had noticed was a corridor from Northeast Rose Hill through East Totem Lake through East Kingsgate that on the latest map has some high density of the priority populations that the program is seeking to serve. And like Councilmember Pascal, I hadn't seen that before. I think that was slide 2 or 3. The slide right after that showed some of the Northeast routes. And I think what's interesting, the slides were only up for a moment, so I wasn't able to spend a lot of time looking at it, but that same corridor along Northeast Rose Hill up to East Kingsgate was also a bit of a donut hole, for lack of a better term, a bit of a donut hole when it comes to local connections and transit corridors. And so I would like to understand that just a little bit better, and how that area is being served, especially to the extent we've identified it as a high density priority populations. And I imagine a lot of that is, I think when you listed your the program's priority populations, socioeconomic diversity was an element of that. And I don't know if that's what raised that corridor to make it a high density area, but I would like to make sure I understand that better, especially to the extent we have riders in that area that are going to be dependent riders. Whoop, I just went blurry. Well, I'll just be blurry. So that's one comment. And then I want to make one other comment, which is a comment I often make in the context of these discussions, that when we're looking at these questions around transit mobility, that we are not just taking into account the current populations of these areas, but that we're also looking to the future of the type of populations and the type of developed environment that we expect to see in these areas, and that we're making sure that when we examine programs like this, when we're examining through an equity lens, that we're also thinking about the future we want in Kirkland, the future we want in, especially around some of our existing neighborhood centers, where we want to create more workforce housing. And we might see a greater population of lower income workers who are living where they work and working where they live, and walking and riding to their jobs. And we want to, and taking transit for other purposes, maybe living without cars, younger people, those type of populations that we're trying to attract to these areas. We also want to take that into account in our planning purpose too, because if we only look at where priority populations for this program are today, then we're not taking into account the future that we're trying to build, and we need to make sure we're doing that too. So I just want to add that comment, and thank you. And thank you for your coordination and for all your work.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Brian and Regina, David, for the presentation. I want to emphasize and add some points of support to the things that hearing from my colleagues on this. I didn't see a detailed view of the equity map, but it sure seems like the 252 and 257 are in the darker colored areas, and it's worth drilling into to understand the impacts of the loss of service there and what any alternatives you are proposing. As we look forward and what's happening, both with the development that in future plans that Councilmember Black has talked about, the 245 becomes really important to Kirkland as a spot, as a way that connects what we're doing with a lot of planning work in our 85th station area that connects to Redmond and light rail there. It also is the only service that connects the Houghton Park and Ride. And so I'm glad to see that that retains 15-minute daily service, but it's something we're going to be wanting to look at in the future. Finally, the memo mentioned in your presentation mentioned the 544, which was direct access from the South Kirkland Park and Ride to South Lake Union. It was something that was really important to us as part of the Northeast Mobility Project restructure. Given what we're seeing about that getting restored to peak service, currently suspended because of the pandemic, when does that restoration plan on happening? Is that linked to this Eastlink restructure, or is it something that might happen sooner than that, since it's currently one of the pandemic, the routes that were a victim to the pandemic?
David, do you want to field that one?
Yeah, sorry. So with respect to the 544, we will reinstate service right now in 2024 with the opening of the remaining 2 Link light rail stations in Redmond and the 545 going away. That is the current plan. I will add that, we are continuing to look at ridership levels and service levels. And if there is space for an earlier reinstation, we will explore that. But right now, the schedule is pointing to 2024.
Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion, questions, concerns? Well, thank you very much for your presentation tonight. If that is all, then I will say farewell, and we will return to this meeting at 7:30.
Thank you all
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Was that a go, Kathy? I'm sorry.
We're live, Mayor.
Thank you. We're back in session following a study session that included a joint meeting with the Park Board to discuss park system priorities and an East Link bus service restructure presentation. That takes us to item number 5, communications. To begin communications, I have an announcement that I would like to make on behalf of the council. As many of you in our community know, King County is considering La Quinta Inn in Kirkland as a permanent supportive housing site. The county is currently conducting standard due diligence on that property before making a final decision and has not finalized the purchase. The county evaluated all potential hotel sites in Kirkland and identified La Quinta. While the council strongly supports permanent supportive housing in Kirkland, we have been clear with King County that our support of La Quinta requires extensive community engagement and that legitimate concerns, when identified, are addressed. During our last council meeting on February 1st, the city manager summarized the statement he had issued earlier that day that outlined the city's conditional support for that effort. The city manager's statement is available on the city's website. Since that time, the city published a comprehensive informational website about King County's potential purchase of La Quinta. Our staff have updated and added information to the website in response to many of the various questions and concerns we are receiving from the community. This includes what the city knew and when we knew it. We also began direct engagement with stakeholders in the immediate surroundings of La Quinta, and we will expand that direct engagement if the county moves forward with the purchase. On February the 9th, council members Neil Black and Kelly Curtis and I attended a meeting with the school leadership, parents, and student of Eastside Prep School. We were joined by the city manager as well as King County representatives. We listened to the concerns raised, answers what questions we could, and intend to find more answers and solutions to the issues if the county moves forward. Please be assured that we are paying particular attention to the fears and concerns we are hearing about the safety and security of the students and families, the schools and daycares in proximity to the facility. We do hear you, and your feedback is actively informing our engagement strategies with the county as if the project moves forward. Our staff team has also been responding to many questions and concerns sent to the city by email, phone calls, and submissions to our Kirkland. Today, today we've received hundreds from community members, and our staff are doing their best to respond. Finally, our staff are in close contact with King County about the project status, ways to address concerns with the community, and preparing for further engagement. If the county moves forward with a purchase, the city is fully committed to ensuring that the site and its residents are good neighbors and that all legitimate community concerns, especially those involving safety, are addressed. If the county moves forward, the city will require extensive community engagement. The city will use community feedback to develop an agreement with King County related to the operations of the site, including assurances of community safety, identification of the site operator, and the development of the code of conduct for residents. The city's highest priority is the health and safety of our community. We believe that permanent supportive housing can help improve the health and safety of our unhoused neighbors. We also believe that it can be accomplished while prioritizing the health and safety of our children, businesses, and everyone involved in the program. Together, we can be a model for other communities for how to get permanent supportive housing right. Thank you. That takes us to item 5B, items from the audience. This is the time in our meeting when we normally hear from the public on matters which are not quasi-judicial or scheduled for a public hearing. We do have a public hearing this evening. It is item 6A, a public hearing related to the assumption by the City of Kirkland of the rights, powers, immunities, functions, and obligations of the Kirkland Transportation Benefit District. If you wish to provide comments at that hearing, please do so when item 6C is called. Because of the current social distancing requirements related to COVID-19 that are still in effect at the City of Kirkland, members of the public cannot participate in person at tonight's meeting. However, the public may still comment by Zoom or telephone. For those members of the public who are joining us by phone or on Zoom, please limit your remarks to on all subjects other than the public hearing to 3 minutes, and the council will receive up to 3 comments each on both sides of each issue. If you're participating by Zoom, please click in the participants box to raise your hand to be recognized. For those participating by phone, please dial *9 to be recognized to speak. In addition, if you are participating by Zoom but do not wish to speak, you're encouraged to watch this council meeting by live stream through the city's website. Thank you. And we already have quite a list. City Manager, you want me just to proceed and call folks?
Oh, sorry, we do have 3 students who wanted to speak sequentially, and we thought we could just promote those 3 first before we get to the other general topics.
Let's go ahead and do that, please.
And the 3 of them will be speaking consecutively, but we'll restart the clock as each one passes the discussion.
Excellent. And this council is with regard to the document you received earlier today regarding the Sustainable Neighborhoods Ambassador Project.
So the first speaker will be Stella Plavsic.
Welcome, Stella. Good to see you.
Hello. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Stella Plavsic. I'm 15 years old and a sophomore at International Community School in Kirkland. I'm here along with 2 other Kirkland ambassadors to propose an exciting new learning partnership between sustainability ambassadors and the City of Kirkland. We are calling it the Sustainable Neighborhood Ambassador Program, or SNAP, or SNAP with an exclamation mark. This proposed 6-month SNAP pilot would be managed by sustainability ambassadors. We see this as a regional initiative, so we already are in conversation with other K4C members. We invite Kirkland to help launch the model, and you are already leading. As you know, you are the only suburban city with a sustainability master plan. What I think is cool about your master plan is that among all climate actions across King County, Kirkland's is the best in my opinion. The website is friendly and well designed. It's like a living textbook, and the plan itself is visionary as it is actionable. At my school, we are already using it as a primary source document for applied community engaged learning. At Sustainability Ambassadors, I get to further my actions using your sustainability master plan within my community, creating a significant impact to advance a sustainable future. Thank you for the work you have already initiated, including the neighborhood safety program, integrating water bottle filling stations, and developing community gardens that continue to impact the city's goal to improve sustainability. But how do we further these actions? Do we just snap our fingers? Here's why this proposed learning partnership between sustainability ambassadors and the City of Kirkland matters to me. 1, we can involve my generation to support and protect our environment. And 2, students, including me, can empower ourselves to speak up and act on environmental issues that matter to us. So our main idea is that our proposed SNAP pilot, the Kirkland Sustainable Neighborhoods Ambassador Program, is modeled after Kirkland's nationally recognized neighborhood safety program. SNAP connects the work of sustainability ambassadors in youth leadership development and problem-based, place-based curriculum design with 3 critical policy frameworks: the city's sustainability master plan, the city's goal to strengthen civic engagement, and the city's 5-year roadmap for diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging, which is critical to ensure the environmental justice actions are inclusive of those most impacted by environmental problems. We can help. We know the city cannot implement the sustainability master plan without the community's full engagement, including well-informed, purpose-driven youth. We are the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Stella.
Yeah.
Well done. Sanika, welcome.
Hello. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Sanika Datar, and my address is 8431 Northeast 123rd Place, Kirkland. I'm 14 years old and I'm in 9th grade. Being sustainability ambassadors, I have learned a lot about the impact we can make as a part of the Kirkland team. I'm here along with 2 other Kirkland ambassadors to propose an exciting new learning partnership between sustainability ambassadors and the city of Kirkland, SNAP, the Sustainable Neighborhoods Ambassador Program. Imagine this. Our SNAP pilot for this spring and summer worked. It's September 2022, and here's how our program went. We recruited a high-capacity team of student interns representing all 3 high schools in Kirkland. In an initial foundation workshop, students gained a baseline understanding about Kirkland's Sustainability Master Plan, the city's 5-year roadmap for diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging, and received informational training on how to conduct the neighborhood sustainability inventory. In a self-directed study with coaching support, students then completed their individual neighborhood sustainability inventory to identify potential impact projects that they could design and lead. In a second application workshop, students came back together to learn how to develop 1 or more impact projects. We made sure to design projects to support all of the goal areas in the SMP, like the solar energy section. Students then met with the neighborhood-based council of community stakeholders to refine and advance their impact projects. We met with neighborhood association members and community organizations like People for Climate Action, the Kirkland Interfaith Network, the Chamber of Commerce, the Rotary Club, and Kiwanis Club, the Eastside Refugee and Immigrant Coalition, the Eastside Race and Leadership Coalition, and others. We also talked to passionate teachers and staff and city council representatives. True civic engagement is all about building these relationships. For 10 weeks through the summer, students used the IP3 project management framework to manage their impact projects, including designing, tracking, and storytelling. Just yesterday, September 22nd, exactly 6 months after our kickoff on Earth Day last spring, sustainability ambassadors co-hosted a SNAP town hall at school to celebrate our success. The SNAP pilot worked, and we are now planning for the next 2 years. We can help. We know the city cannot implement the Sustainability Master Plan without the community's full engagement, including well-informed, purpose-driven youth. We are the future. SNAP.
Thank you, Sanika. Well done. Hoda, welcome.
Hello, my name is Hodayad. I'm a senior at the International Community School. I'm 18 years old, and I've worked with sustainability ambassadors for about 2 years as a project manager intern and as webmaster for the organization. As you know, I'm here with Stella and Sanika to talk more about the Sustainable Neighborhoods Ambassador Program, specifically how it can align with Kirkland's Sustainability Master Plan. I will share my screen. Basically, the way that we create impact at ambassadors is through the IP3 model: impact design, impact tracking, and impact storytelling. Impact design includes building the project concept, procedure, research, and preparation, identifying the impact we want to make, so that we can do the project with impact tracking by collecting data, making observations, and adjusting the project based on the process we're going through. Finally, telling the story with our impact storytelling step, which includes reporting findings to stakeholders and inspiring others to do the same or similar projects, a ripple effect of impact. We have plenty of different impact project templates and ideas on our website that help students do many different projects, from planting a tree to assessing the solar potential of houses in their own neighborhood. One of the main ways that we ensure that our projects are aligned with the Sustainability Master Plan is through our Kirkland SMP Student Impact Project Alignment Table, a dynamic tool. It's a living tool, we like to call it. There's 4 different columns. You can see on the far left, we have our Sustainability Master Plan goals, where we word for word take specific goals from the SMP that we think apply to sustainability ambassadors, separated into the same categories that are on the SMP: natural environment and ecosystems, energy supply and emissions, land use and transportation, etc., etc. The last 3 columns are impact projects, real impact projects, from ideation to in progress to actual published impact projects on our website. And with that, Please support this program so that we can partner with you to implement Kirkland's Sustainability Master Plan. We're ready to pilot this at a small scale this spring and summer so that we can all review a proof of concept, ready for possible consideration as a sustained program in the 2023-2024 budgeting process. We can help. We know the city cannot implement the Sustainability Master Plan without the community's full engagement, including well-informed, purpose-driven youth. We are the future. Thank you.
Oh gosh, thank all three of you so much for this presentation. Council, snapping fingers. Oh, you guys are so clever. Let's, as you know, folks, we don't generally respond during our public comment. So what I will say is, City Manager, if we could potentially take this suggested program and have some discussion around the Sustainability Master Plan, perhaps get a short recommendation on next steps. Would that work? Does that work for the rest of council? Sounds good. Thank you all three so much for your presentation tonight.
Thank you.
Go out there and do it. Bye-bye. Okay, that takes us to the next person in line, who is Mike Raskin. Welcome, Mr. Raskin. Are you here? Mr. Raskin, I see your box, but I don't.
There we go. Okay. Now you got me.
Thank
Very
you.
good. Okay. Thank you. We have three speakers tonight. Abby, a ninth grader, Halea Clapp, and myself. My name is Mike Raskin. I'm a business owner in Kirkland for over 30 years and an Eastside prep parent. Mayor Sweet, City Council members, Ordinance 4348 of the Kirkland Municipal Code says, whereas the citizens and businesses of Kirkland are entitled to have fair, ethical, and accountable local government that has earned the public's full confidence for integrity. This right to ethical and accountable government is so critical for all of us, yet it has become clear that you, the City of Kirkland Mayor, and City Council hid the county's plans for a facility to serve the homeless at the La Quinta from the public for months. When this was exposed, you quickly approved it without a careful, deliberate public process that this kind of decision deserves. You violated Kirkland's trust and certainly violated Ordinance 4348, and the citizens of Kirkland and the children of Kirkland deserve better. Approving the site, and then when a real estate deal closes, you say you'll be open to public input is backwards in order, and you know it, and it's so very wrong. Locating a facility next to multiple schools should be something that is seriously considered through a process that allows public input, examines other similar facilities near schools, and carefully considers the risks to children before approval. In 2019, you approved a facility near Lake Washington High School and stipulated a minimum separation from a school building of 1,000 feet. The windows at La Quinta are less than 100 feet from classroom windows. La Quinta is just 50 feet from kids' play areas and also close to 3 other schools in this neighborhood. We all want to find solutions to help the homeless crisis, but not at the expense of our children's safety. What is the right safe separation? 500 feet, 1,000 feet? It's hard to think that just 100 feet is safe. Yet Mayor Sweet, you yourself stated at an event with parents that this location will create the model to determine the danger of locating a PCH next to schools. That's an awfully dangerous experiment to run at the expense of our children. Why not require a safe buffer when there have been so many examples in the last couple of years of problems with drugs, violence, damage to property at other similar facilities? Over 3,300 parents, teachers, residents, stakeholders have signed a petition, not just asking, but frankly imploring you to put a safe separation of 500 to 1,000 feet between the county's proposed facilities and schools. The county has indicated they will not go ahead with a facility that is not approved by a city. So it's not too late for you to do the right thing here. You can push the pause button on approval of the county's proposed facility and have the open public debate and process that the children of Kirkland deserve to determine safe buffers and safe separation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raskin. Is Abby your next speaker?
Yes, Abby is our next speaker.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, Abby.
Hello.
Please proceed.
Hello, my name is Abby Miller. I'm a ninth grader at Eastside Prep and I'm supportive of low-income housing. Please know that I will be the first to volunteer to help our homeless neighbors if it is deemed safe. I'm speaking tonight because the county's permanent supportive housing does not sound like low-income housing, like Vine Maple Place, Mary's Place, New Bethlehem Day Center, or the Sophia Way at Salt House Church. It sounds more like the Inn at Queen Anne, a permanent supportive housing facility where police reported double the incidence of violent crime for the year after it opened. Or the A.L. Humphrey House, where just this month a resident struck a woman in the back of the head with a baseball bat as she walked home. Again, I'm supportive of low-income housing, but I'm afraid for my and my friends' safety of permanent supportive housing, particularly permanent supportive housing that has no buffer for my school. I walk out of basketball practice just 50 feet from La Quinta in the dark every night in the winter. From the Health Through Housing FAQs, I understand to be considered for permanent supportive housing, a resident must be disabled, with many of the residents being severely mentally ill and or chronically addicted to drugs, and or involved in the criminal justice system. I understand that there are no background checks, some screening, but no background checks. Convicted felons or sex offenders, I understand my residents will not be required to abstain from using drugs or alcohol. Active drug users around my school, inebriated people on the corner. I also understand residents will not be required to accept treatment for addiction or mental illness, optional treatment. And no security is planned for the facility, as Mr. Leo Flora from the county confirmed. No security. I understand that there is not a plan. Last week, Mayor Sweet said the planning starts today. No operator identified, no systems in place. And we have no buffer to help keep us safe at school. Mayor Sweet also said that Kirkland hopes to be the model, that the council has nothing to point to, and that her confidence is based on her gut. Her gut, no plan. Kirkland City Council members, I'm afraid for my classmates, my teachers, and for me. I heard Mr. Leo Flores say that they will only purchase a permanent supportive housing hotel if the city is a willing partner, if the city agrees to purchase. Please pause and reconsider alternatives. My question for Mayor Sweet. You shared last week that you thought this hotel, with no buffer for my school, was a great placement for the facility, or as Council Black said, for the weakest link. Why were you so glad the county selected La Quinta with zero buffer for my school and close to 3 other schools? Severe mental illness, some drug addictions, no requirements to stop taking drugs or to seek treatment, no security, no plan, no background checks, zero buffer to help keep me and my classmates safe at school. Kirkland City Council members, I'm afraid for me and all my friends. Please consider safe spacing between schools. Please create a plan addressing the risks to our safety. I'm happy to help with establishing a plan and volunteer for the committee as a student rep. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. This brings up Carrie. Are we having trouble? Are you here, Carrie?
It looks like Carrie has dropped off.
Okay. Well, if she comes back on, we will put her back in. So that brings up MJ Carlson. Welcome, Ms. Carlson.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm MJ Carlson, and for those listening at home, I just want to give a content warning that I'm going to mention childhood sex abuse. I recently found myself counter-protesting people who claim that supportive housing is a safe injection site and that it's going to be full of pedophiles. I don't think they're making these arguments in good faith, but I'm going to make a good faith effort to dispel them anyway, because I'm really concerned about these spurious arguments eroding the city's support for this much needed housing. First, is the La Quinta going to be a safe injection site? The people who live in supportive housing are subject to all the same laws as the rest of us. The reality is, if I smoke weed in my house, I'm not automatically going to get evicted. But if I sell drugs on my street corner, I probably will get arrested. I'm willing to bet that those statements are also true of you, no matter where you live, and they're also true in supportive housing. If that makes La Quinta a safe injection site, then all of our houses are safe injection sites. Second, is this apartment building going to be a threat to nearby children? I understand the concern, but there's a lot of research on this, and the facts just don't support the claims that are being made. Again, the existence of this apartment complex doesn't change any existing laws. This may be unpleasant to think about, but it's already true that some sex offenders can live next to schools and some can't. Some have to report their location, some can't. Whether the county buys La Quinta does not change that. And it's frankly weird to be suddenly concerned about sex offenders in supportive housing if you weren't already worried about sex offenders staying at the hotel. It's the same location. If you watch Health Through Housing's presentation to Redmond, they were very clear that residents are screened and that case-by-case decisions are made about whether a certain housing situation is appropriate for a given person. Opponents want assurances that nobody with a sex offense on record will live there, even though I might add they don't get that assurance from a private apartment complex they may live near. Honestly, though, a blanket ban would not be reasonable. Not everyone with a sex offense on record is a threat to their neighbors. Research shows that sex offenders actually have incredibly low reoffense rates, and living next to a school does not change those rates. Also, in some jurisdictions, you can still get put on the sex offender list for public urination, which, surprise, homeless people are more likely to do. So it would genuinely not make sense to bar people from this housing for having a sex offense without taking the circumstances into account. And doing so wouldn't keep our kids safe anyway. I care very deeply about keeping kids safe from sexual assault. I am a survivor of child sexual abuse. Like the vast, vast, vast majority of survivors, I was abused not by a homeless person, but by a trusted family friend who was not and still is not on the sex offender registry. I really wish that keeping kids safe was as simple as making sure that no one with a criminal record was ever near them, but that's just not how it works. And I strongly resent people using this particular crime, the crime of which I was a victim, as a talking point to try to keep homeless people from accessing needed services in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carlson. That brings up John Herman.
Hello.
Welcome, Mr. Herman.
Hi. My name is John Herman. I will be speaking in support of the La Quinta Hotel as homeless housing. I want to start by saying that I live just 1 mile directly north of the hotel, and I walk and drive past it nearly every day. So everything that happens there is very relevant to me, and I fully support this purchase to turn this hotel into permanent housing. And I'm so excited to finally have an example of housing first policy so close to where I've been living for years. I was also very impressed that there wouldn't be really strict substance addiction preconditions to this housing, restrictions discriminating against active drug users are overly punitive and hurt people who are the most vulnerable, even within the population of homeless people. For those people addicted to drugs, it is a monumental feat to overcome that while also not having permanent housing. I'm not afraid at all of the new people who will become my neighbors. And I'm so happy that people who already live in this area might be able to live in these new apartments instead of outside where they have been living. I also totally oppose measures that presuppose residents of this housing are a threat to anyone's safety. I don't want to walk by the hotel and see new fencing or increased policing. Those won't make me any safer, and they definitely don't make me feel safe either. Please don't try to undermine the significance of this Housing First initiative with security theater. I think this new housing should not be treated like a prison. It's an apartment complex. I live in an apartment complex. I don't have fences around it or cops patrolling. The residents of this housing shouldn't be treated like dangerous criminals because they're just as much my neighbors as anyone else that I live by. I also think that there's no separate the community that doesn't include the future residents of this housing or the homeless. Nobody should be talking about or treating the new residents or homeless Kirklanders in general like they aren't as much a part of Kirkland as anyone who can afford to rent or own living space in Kirkland. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Herman. The next speaker is Denise Bugalow. Welcome, Ms. Bugalow. Did I say that right?
It's Bugalo.
Bugalo, thank you.
Hi, I'm glad to be back here with the mayor and the council. I've just come to bring some good news about library services. We will be expanding library services across King County libraries beginning February 27th, 19% more open days and hours. And the way that impacts the Kirkland libraries is we will be open Sundays and Mondays at the Kirkland downtown branch. And at Kingsgate, we're still going to be open Tuesdays through Saturdays, but that in effect gives you sort of library service across the 7 days of a week for the city of Kirkland. I'm also pleased to announce that we have just installed pickup lockers at the Kirkland Library downtown, as well as our Woodinville Library. And that just soft launched over the weekend. We're working out some bugs around of that, and staff are working out the workflow of getting the lockers filled. But please look for that service. We'd be really happy to see patrons using that service going forward. So you'll be able to pick up your holds outside of the building 24/7, which is a real great improvement to library services. And then just in general, I wanted to say thank you to members of the city that I've interacted with this last 8 to 10 months. Specific thank yous to Leslie Miller in Human Services and Annie Smith, who has been working with me in navigating some issues with some unhoused individuals at the Kingsgate Library. The community has let me know about, as well as we've been interacting with. So I wanted to extend my thank yous to them for meeting and talking with me on several occasions. I also want to thank the Kirkland Police for coming out and supporting us when we needed the support. Recently in January, they came out to help us talk with some individuals that are at the library. So I really want to extend my thanks. The other person I wanted to recognize who's here is Kathy Anderson, who's been supporting the library board. So I just want to say thank you to her for her support, getting us together and on time and recorded for our meetings each month. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Bugalo, and thank you so much for doing such a good job with our libraries. Looking forward to expanded services.
We are too. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I see that Carrie has come back on. Can we bring Carrie back to the front of the line? Is that possible? Yes. Okay.
We will be promoting her.
Okay.
Hello.
Carrie, you are echoing rather violent.
Hello, City Council.
There we go.
I'm actually going to pass the baton to Halle. Do you see her in the queue?
Yes.
If you could call on her, I'd appreciate it. Thanks for your service and your support.
Okay, thank you. Kurt, can we bring Halle up?
Doing that right now.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome, Ms. Clapp.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Over the last 2 weeks, we have learned more about the county's proposal for the permanent supportive housing at La Quinta Inn. What we have learned only gives us and you, hopefully, cause for concern that it's located right next to a school. We have learned that the screening is to qualify individuals by making sure they have a history of chronic homelessness, substance abuse disorders, and severe mental health illnesses, not around safety issues. This population often has several co-occurring diagnoses. It's usually not just one. They often occur together. This means that the individuals right next door to hundreds of children are going to be individuals with severe mental illness, drug addiction, criminal histories, and potentially sex offenders. This combination is very dangerous and should not be allowed in any school zone with no buffer. To the lady who just spoke and was sexually abused, it is incredibly unfortunate that your offender was not convicted and that no one fought for you. We are here to fight for you and to help you sense danger so that no other child is abused as you were. The facts are that the risk increases when you're around over 100 individuals with significant disabilities. There are many articles, and we don't know how King County defines success. Upon my research, I have found that King County measures success by reducing jail time and involvement in the criminal justice system, in emergency departments, and in rehab use. This does not measure success of a program. It measures a decrease in the county's need to spend money on other types of services. From my experience as a mental health therapist, the emergency room and the sobering services are used just to avoid being outside without any intent to recover. This is often very, very true of the population we're dealing with. Providing this population housing does not reduce their drug use or their criminal activity or their mental health struggles. It reduces what the county has to provide in alternative care and costs. This is no measure for safety. This does not measure the impacts to the community, and it's certainly not to all the children that play outside and very close, within feet. No child should be subject to a harmful experiment, Mayor Sweet. I would love for this to be the model, but this cannot be our trial. This cannot be our experiment. Children should never, again, be the subjects of an experiment that could be harmful. We hope that we hope this would become a model, and I ask you and the entire City Council, please invest more time in further due diligence and understanding key questions. Why this location? What are the ratios of support staff to the participants? How many times?
Thank you, Ms. Clapp.
Response to the crisis. What would the response?
Thank you, Ms. Clapp.
And what are the security?
If you want to send additional comments, Ms. Clapp, we are happy to take them through email or any other form of communication, but that is your allotted time. Thank you very much. Okay, that's 3 speakers in opposition to the La Quinta supportive housing project. We will take no more comments in opposition to it. The next speaker is Dan Harrison. Welcome, Mr. Harrison. Mr. Harrison, we see your box, but you're still muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, I have lived in Kirkland for 20 years. I have supported the United Methodist Church on 132nd Avenue with their car and tent camping events. as well as Helen's Place and Sophia's Way. There was a male squatter who was kicked out of the United Methodist Church tent camping program who was sleeping adjacent to my property. The Kirkland police then removed that individual. These places, such as Helen's Place and the others mentioned, had been well planned and have demonstrated they can manage these operations with community safety in mind. Will the city council and mayor allow a town meeting on the subject of the La Quinta Inn homeless shelter, as stated by the city manager, Kurt Triplett, so Kirkland residents can voice their opinions for this planned event? Will the city perform background checks of these intended inhabitants? I should note that King County voters in the past had overwhelmingly rejected housing funding for large populations because
Mr. Harrison, are you speaking? I'm sorry, but are you speaking in support of the placement, or because we are not taking any more comment in opposition?
Can I go on?
You're muted, yeah.
Not if you are speaking in opposition to the La Quinta placement.
I'm bringing up questions regarding La Quinta.
You are more than welcome to submit those questions, but we cannot take any more comment in opposition to the placement.
Okay. I just had questions I thought were appropriate. I only got about halfway through this, but I'll email it in.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Okay.
That brings up Alicia Ramirez.
Alicia, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. My name is Alicia Ramirez. I am a long-term resident of Kirkland and a parent as well. And I am supportive of the city purchasing La Quinta Inn as supportive housing for adults experiencing homelessness. I also fully support the Housing First model, and I'm glad to hear the city is looking at implementing these types of policies. The alternative to a lack of supporting houses or services for people experiencing homelessness in our community is that they either travel to another city to seek these supportive services or take their chances camping in the woods. Individuals who have substance abuse and or mental health disorders often face the greatest barriers to getting into permanent stable housing and are among the most stigmatized. Many facilities have strict high barrier requirements which tend to exclude these folks. I think it's great that there is a commitment to work with future residents of La Quinta Inn who may be experiencing these issues to resolve the root cause of any destructive behaviors that may occur as symptoms, rather than just outright removing them from the program and the property. From the time I was a teenager, I have known many friends and peers who have struggled with addiction and or mental health issues. Many fell into homelessness, and some to this day are still struggling. All of them deserve to be housed and received adequate services. And I also want to state that I'm also a survivor of sexual abuse, and I too deeply resent that being used as a point of contention to attack marginalized folks in our community. That's just not okay. And that was not okay, the comment made to this previous speaker who talked about something very traumatizing to her. That's just not okay. And lastly, I strongly oppose extra fencing, policing, or surveillance of La Quinta or any such properties, and ask that you oppose these calls. This is basically an apartment complex, not a prison, and such measures violate the city's commitment to being a welcome and inclusive community. I hope that the council considers going through with purchasing this property because it's something we desperately need. Thank you for your time.
Mary, you're muted.
Sorry, my dogs are going crazy tonight. That brings us to 3 individuals speaking in support of the La Quinta project. I see that there are 2 hands up. Both of the names, or actually one is Keep Kids Safe, the other is Keep Our Kids Safe. I hope you both understand that we are taking no more testimony in opposition or in support of the moving forward with La Quinta. You can keep your hand raised for a moment if you are not speaking on that topic, in which case I will call up Keep Our Kids Safe. And would you lead with your name, please? I see that you are in a Zoom box, Keep Our Kids Safe person, and you are not muted. You are muted now.
Sorry, can you hear me?
We can.
I'm so sorry about that. I won't do opposition. I just
please, what is your full name, please?
I am, my name is Sharon. My last name is Castle. I have been a resident in Kirkland for 20 years, and I'm very involved with the community. I spend probably 90% of my time volunteering to help those in need. I think my question tonight is, I'm a little unclear about why we're not taking more opposition questions. It seems a little stacked. So we've got 7 pro and 3 that voice their opinion about their concerns for safety reasons. And so I just want to understand why we can't have any more opposition.
Okay, we have received 3 comments in support of La Quinta and 3 comments opposed, which is why we are not taking any further comments on the issue tonight, because those are our policies. So we are more than willing to take your feedback via email or letter, however you want to reach out to us. We will be initiating it. If the county moves forward with this, we will be initiating a significantly higher level of communication, town halls, and reaching out to the community. You will have ample opportunity to help us as we move forward.
Okay, but I have Alicia Ramirez that was for it. I have John Herman that was for it. I have got Denise Bungalow who talked about the library, which was odd. Which
I'm sorry, but I am going to have to cut you off.
Okay, alrighty. Well, thank you for all that you do, and I hope that you do keep our kids safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I am going to declare. Okay, I see one more individual who again is Safe Place for Kids, Alice Onak. If I bring you on, please understand that we are not taking any more testimony. And that is true for you, Stephen Fan, as well. So we will bring up one more person. If it is on a new topic, we will proceed. Otherwise, we will terminate this items from the audience, period. So Chris, can you bring okay, well, are they both gone?
They're coming.
We see you on the screen. Can you unmute yourself?
Hi, thank you everyone. I just want to ask everyone to share, King County to share the criteria for site selection. All the other sites that have been purchased is not 100 feet.
Excuse me. What is your full name, please? And are you speaking either in support of or in opposition to La Quinta's moving forward?
I'm trying to understand. What is the criteria King County is using to select the sites? All the other sites that have been closed and purchased is not 100 feet from any schools.
City Manager, could we please move ahead? This information, I believe, is available on our website.
It is not.
So
It is not.
We
It
have
is not.
requested from the county to give us their specific criteria so we can post it to the website. So that request has been made, and as soon as we have it, we will be placing it on our website as well.
Thank you. We will get that on our website as soon as we can. Thank you for your interest. Okay, if there is no further comment from folks who are listening, I'm going to declare this items from the audience period closed. This takes us to item number 6, public hearings. This is a public hearing to receive public comments regarding proposed ordinance 4783 and relating to the assumption by the City of Kirkland of the rights, powers, communities, functions, and obligations of the Kirkland Transportation Benefit District. I will now open the public hearing. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. We have a brief presentation prior to the public hearing. Michael Olson, our Finance Director, will start the presentation, and Jim Lopez, our Deputy City Manager for External Affairs, will comment on the public process that will follow, and then Michael Olson will close the presentation.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. I have a very brief presentation. A little bit of background on transportation benefit districts. Apologize, it's jumping a little bit. According to the Municipal Research Services Center, as of last September, there are 116 transportation benefit districts in the state of Washington. A little over 70% of them have been assumed into the entity which created them, and about a little under 30% remain separate entities in the state. And, as far as the funding mechanism that those transportation benefit districts are using, about 40% of it have voted sales tax as a funding mechanism. About 47% have car tabs only, which are non-voted. About 5% have both car tabs and sales tax. And 9% have not been activated for any funding, which includes the Kirkland Transportation Benefit District. And now, I'm trying to move to the next screen. Oops. Okay. A little bit more background. The Kirkland Transportation Benefit District was created in February of 2014, and then in the following year in 2015, the state changed the laws so that the districts could be assumed by the political entity that they exist in. In November of last year, the council received a presentation about the potential public benefits of activating a transportation benefit district and also amended the 21-22 work plan. And then at the last council meeting, on February 1st, council approved the resolution which established this public hearing tonight. And I'd like to note that this assumption, if it occurs, is not a decision whether to utilize any transportation benefit district funding authorities. The resolution at the last council meeting also directed staff to develop a community engagement plan. And our Deputy City Manager of External Affairs is going to discuss this.
Thanks very much, Michael. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. It's a pleasure to be before you tonight. Should the council move forward with this, I just would like to say we have prioritized this community engagement in the city manager's office. We're fully staffed and ready to go and would prepare a finalized plan in March, should the council so desire. Our understanding is engagement would commence, if you move forward, after the adoption of the active transportation plan, and that would be a big part of our engagement. Another big part of the engagement would be public education. We would spend a good deal of time talking about the purpose of the transportation benefit district and the potential projects that would be associated with activating the district. As is the case with our civic engagement model, we would have at least one town hall style organizing event, and we could do more if needed. Stakeholder meetings using our growing listserv of neighborhood associations, our 5434 groups and other community groups, and we would vet that list and really do a comprehensive outreach to get folks to that organizing event. We do have time and resources prepared for follow-up focus groups and individual interviews, and even a plan to even more integrate the council in those small group meetings and interviews if needed. And of course, we have our online engagement system, a landing page with hopefully everything people need to know about this project, with surveys and other feedback mechanisms for the council to review. We hope to be really flexible and responsive. And if the council were to move forward, just a note that we're ready to go in the city manager's office for a full community conversation about this transportation benefits district and activating it. So thank you, Michael. Back over to you.
Thank you. Following the public hearing, the council has three options. They could formally close the hearing and take action, or close the hearing and defer action, or continue the hearing to a future meeting within a total of 60 days. And just a couple notes that if council approved the assumption, the separate entity of the Kirkland Transportation Benefit District would no longer exist. However, the rights and authorities and the authorization for funding would exist with the council. And the decision to assume the powers and authorities of the Transportation Benefit District is not a decision to utilize any of the funding authorities. It is just incorporating that entity into the city of Kirkland. Any questions?
Are there any questions for Michael from the council? Seeing none, I will call now upon any members of the public who have signed up to address the council. I see one. Where'd he go? Mr. Weed.
Hello, council members, Mayor Sweet, Deputy Mayor Arnold, City Manager Triplett. You all know me, Brad Weed, 327th Avenue West, and I'm here speaking on behalf of Kirkland Greenways in support of funding the Transportation Benefit District, or TBD. Some of my thunder has been stolen here, but it's worth pointing out. Black Diamond, Burien, Covington, Enumclaw, Kenmore, Maple Valley, Mercer Island, Normandy Park, Snoqualmie, Des Moines, Lake Forest Park, Shoreline, Duval, Kirkland, North Bend, and Seattle. This is a list of cities in King County with transportation benefit districts. Only one is unfunded. I know you can guess which one that is. Yes, Kirkland. Kirkland is one of 6 out of the 116 cities in the state that have yet to fund their TBD. 59 of those cities fund their TBD with a $10 to $40 vehicle licensing fee, and the remainder use sales tax or a combination of both. Des Moines has been collecting license fees since 2008. Traffic flow management, growth response, and addressing people in need are identified as top 3 budgetary imperatives by the city. Kirkland residents believe the city is underperforming in these areas. They also rank them as 3 of the most important areas for the city to address. Parks, green space, and pedestrian safety also rank as most important to residents. Investments clearly need to be made in both the CIP and operating costs to improve these important areas. Meanwhile, the city has very real budgetary challenges, as you well know. We call on all council members to support funding the TBD to help address these needs. Further, Kirkland Greenways believes funding the active transportation plan with TBD funds would help address top budget priorities while also advancing a more just, equitable, and sustainable transportation network, all while improving the environment, greening our streets, and providing pedestrian safety to those most vulnerable, especially kids. The pandemic has led more of Kirkland to walk, roll, and ride. So let's make it safer, cleaner, and greener so even more people are encouraged to do the same. It's time Kirkland joined the list of fully funded TBDs. Together with you and city staff, let's make progress on addressing resident needs through stated active transportation goals and policies. Thank you for your consideration and all you do for this great city.
Thank you, Mr. Weed. Okay, are there any other members who would like to address the council? And I didn't mention this, but if you would indicate so by checking the box to raise your hand if you're on Zoom, or to *9 to be recognized if you are on the phone. Seeing none, I will, the public comment portion of this hearing is now closed. The council will consider all public comments received on this issue, including any submitted in writing. Do we have any submitted in writing to your knowledge, City Manager? Okay, then I will entertain a motion to approve Ordinance 4783 if the council wishes to act at tonight's meeting.
So moved.
It's been moved by Councilmember Falcone.
Second.
Seconded by Deputy Mayor Arnold to move Ordinance 4783 relating to the assumption by the City of Kirkland's of the rights, powers, immunities, functions, and obligations of the Kirkland Transportation Benefit District. Any discussion? Question is on the motion to move Ordinance 4783, moved by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Deputy Mayor Arnold. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Nixon?
Yes.
Councilmember Black?
Yes.
Councilmember Curtis?
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone?
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold?
Yes.
Mayor Sweet?
Yes. The motion carries unanimously. Ordinance 4783 is approved. Takes us to item 6, special presentations. We'll lead off with the Kirkland Parks and Community Foundation presentation. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. I believe Lynn Zwagstra, our Parks and Recreation, our Community Services Director, was going to make some introductory remarks, and then we'll be turning it over for the presentation. There she is. So, welcome, Lynn.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, City Council, Madam Mayor, and Deputy Mayor. This evening, Jonathan Hewer is going to present to you on a particular request by the Kirkland Parks and Community Foundation, and he is the current president of the foundation. So take it away, Jonathan.
Hi, Madam Mayor and Council. Thank you so much for your time and attention today. As Lynn says, I'm the KPCF President, Jonathan Hewer, and I'm here to give you an update on our organization and make a request of Council. And I've got a short presentation that I'm going to endeavor to share. Let's see, does that work? Can you guys see my screen? Awesome. Okay. So KPCF is in the midst of an important campaign. We've been able to achieve significant results for Kirkland residents over the past 6 years, but to grow our impact and ensure we're around in the future, our goal now is to build a sustainable organization. We're not seeking ongoing funding from the city, but rather one-time startup funds, as I will detail in a moment. Our overall campaign goal is at least $500,000, and to date, we have raised more than $200,000. A bit about us. KPCF has a broad mission to improve life for all the members of our community. We started in 2016 with a narrow focus on parks, and as we're all aware, those are often cited by residents as one of their favorite things about Kirkland. We heard that just earlier in this meeting. In 2020, we expanded our mission to focus on community and human services, and we changed the name of our foundation to reflect this. Everything we do at the moment is accomplished by volunteers. Our current board represents a broad swath of our community. We've got men, women, new Kirklanders, longtime residents, former city council members, former city staff, parents, grandparents, the LGBT community, mid-career workers, and retirees. And we're in the midst of growing our board to make it even more representative of Kirkland's diversity. I want to talk a little bit about how we do what we do. We think our secret sauce is as an impact multiplier. We have a Kickstarter model where we combine crowdfunding with other elements, including city resources, corporate stakeholders, other nonprofits, and of course, the generous Kirkland community. We've always collaborated really closely with the city, and we expect that fruitful partnership to continue as we grow. We've been a neutral convener, and we've worked with a broad range of partners, as you can see here, and we're hoping to grow that every day. To date, we've raised over $750,000 and completed more than 20 projects, almost all of them primarily crowdfunded. These are projects that bubble up from around the community, which might never happen without a nimble organization like KPCF to help nurture them along and bring them to life. This chart shows a breakdown by percentage of the projects that we've completed in various different areas. We've tried to be really optimistic in our work, or opportunistic, sorry, in our work, working with different constituencies, creating campaigns that respond to community needs and requests. And I want to talk through a few examples of what we've done. One of our first projects was the Waverly Beach Picnic Shelter. We partnered with Rotary Club and the City of Kirkland. We raised $25,000, and among other things, we were able to accelerate the completion of that park by 10 years as part of that project. During the pandemic, we started a campaign called Kirkland Delivers. We've delivered more than 1,000 meals to a variety of recipients. What we do here is raise money and purchase meals at full price from local restaurants to help them out during these tough days and make sure that the neediest among us get fed. Another pandemic-related project that we did was with New Bethlehem Project. The kids in the families that stay at that shelter were struggling through remote school, the same as all of our kids. And so we raised $71,000 to hire someone to work directly with those kids and make sure that they kept up in school. As an added benefit, that woman helped some of the adults in the shelter get their GED certificates. And the last project I wanted to highlight was the Kite STEM Challenge. This happened in 2019. It was funded by Google. It involved more than 50 different schools around the Lake Washington School District, and over 3,000 kids participated. We were able to distribute more than $41,000 in cash to STEM programs at 15 different schools. The reason I highlight this program is because we actually had enough funding from Google to have a full-time staff person working on it. And we've come to realize that that full-time staff is going to be key in our success going forward. We're about 6 years old now, and we have accomplished a lot as an all-volunteer board. If this current capacity building campaign succeeds, then we'll use those funds to hire a paid executive director, who, among other things, will build a sustainable financial model for our organization. Our board plans to remain very active during this transition period, but we feel that with staff, we will be able to accomplish much more. In the first 6 years, we did about $500,000 in 20 completed projects. But looking forward, with the help of full-time staff, we're pretty confident that we can tackle much more. We think that it's well within our range to accomplish more than $3 million in projects, probably double the number of projects over the same period. We think that we can take on an advocacy role for projects that align with our mission, and we'll continue to focus on parks as well as community and human services projects. So that brings us to our ask, which is why we're here tonight. There was a feasibility study that the city did in 2017 that concluded that there's real value that a community foundation can deliver for our city. The same study asked if such a community foundation could be viable. And we've seen that even a volunteer-powered organization like ours can have considerable impact. But we know from our own experience with projects like Kite STEM that dedicated staff can have an even greater impact on individual projects as well as the organization's long-term sustainability. We've seen the impact that KPCF can have in the Kirkland community, and the only way to ensure that impactful capacity is around long-term for years to come is to build a strong organization with staff and with firm financial footing. I just want to mention that other nearby communities have undertaken similar efforts. In 2001, Snohomish County gave startup funding to its own community foundation. They gave $70,000 a year for 3 years to get it off the ground. 20 years later, that same organization makes out around $9 million in grants per year. So a small investment can grow something pretty big. We're really confident that we can succeed in these efforts, so confident that 100% of our board is contributing financially to this effort, as are Google and other local companies and individuals. To be clear, again, we're not asking the city for ongoing funding. This is one-time funding, and specifically we're requesting $50,000 this year as a strong sign of support from the city, and another $100,000 spread out over the next biennium budget. We are grateful for your consideration of this request and welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you, Jonathan. Council, discussion, questions, comments, concerns? Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Jonathan. You know, we have appreciated your partnership over the years, and I think this is worth having a conversation going forward. As you know, these kind of asks before we get to our budget processes are difficult because we're not sure of the trade-outs we're making, and there's always, you know, $50,000 can do good in human services grants. So, but you know, I'm interested in exploring this further. Some of the questions I have is, what kind of relationship with the city that you anticipate with this partnership? Would you be open to do some sort of MOU? How are you planning on vetting city-related projects going forward? This council, as you know, anybody that's been watching us, equity is really important to us. So how are you planning on building equity into your mission and your values and how you select projects? I really think that who you pick as an executive director is going to be hugely important. So I'm curious what your search process is, if you have someone in mind, if you would be open to the city participating in maybe interviewing some of those, you know, your top candidates and providing you some feedback. And then, you know, back to the MOU, just sort of our expectations, like how do we choose projects? You know, as you said, your projects currently are, you know, you see an opportunity and you help, which is great. So is that, you know, and you did mention that that model would change. So I'd be curious how that model changes with, you know, in relation to the city. So again, I appreciate you're here. I appreciate very much what the work the foundation has done. You've made a huge contribution to the community. I just kind of want to talk a little bit more about what this would look like going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, Councilmember Curtis covered pretty much most of my notes that I had as well. We had very similar thoughts on this, so I won't cover all of them again, other than to say thank you so much, Jonathan. You know, we really, really appreciate, you've done a lot of really amazing projects, you know, that you highlighted a lot of them. I'm also really excited for the mural that's coming, the community mural, with one of our youth in our community at the Spuds location in Juanita. So I know there's a lot of great things in the works as well. I support Councilmember Curtis's idea of coming back and having a
a further council discussion about this, perhaps with a little bit more information. I'd like to see that 2017 study that was referenced. I haven't read that. I think that would be good to see. And then also perhaps if staff could come back with a draft MOU as well for council to discuss. And as well as, answers to the questions that Councilmember Curtis shared as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Jonathan, and the rest of your team. Yeah, I see this. I'm very supportive. See this as a great investment back to the community for years to come. It's likely going to relieve the city from needing to utilize general fund revenues for certain programs and things like that. So you have a great track record. You've been providing real benefit, and now it's time to kind of take it to the next level. So we've been talking about this for a number of years now. I've been on 5 years. I mean, I feel like we started talking about this, 5-6 years ago, and I'm ready to kind of move forward. I think those questions, it's great to talk about those questions that the other council members had. And I too kind of wanted to make sure that we kind of formalize this somehow. I'd be interested in that. We have a formal agreement with the Kirkland Performance Center. We have a formal agreement with the Kirkland Downtown Association. We give them money. It makes sense that we have some type of formal agreement with you. Thank you.
Any other discussion? I'm just going to add one comment. I fully agree with what's been said so far. But I just want to mention that the first time I went to a meeting of community members to talk about the Kirkland Foundation was in the brand new Woodmark Hotel. So I think that was probably 35 or 36 years ago. Anyway, so this is a concept that's been around for a long time. I have to applaud you and your board. I've been very impressed with the work that's happened. Even tough things that come up, you've been steadfast. And I think it's direction we need to go in. So I'm more than willing to continue to support this concept, and particularly around the idea of coming back with an MOU and a level of formalizing a relationship between the city and the foundation. So thank you very much, Jonathan, for your presentation this evening. And City Manager, is there anything that we need to do?
No, I'll raise it under the City Manager report.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, this takes us to our second special presentation, the school safety camera update. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So just getting right to the presentation is Joel Funt, our Transportation Manager, and we're looking for a direction from the council tonight on whether to proceed with additional school zone safety camera sites for the protection of school kids. Joel.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council, City Manager.
Welcome.
I'm hoping that you can see the presentation. Did that come up okay?
It did.
Great. So yes, as the City Manager said, I'm here to do a short presentation on school zone safety camera program expansion. And what I will be talking about during this presentation is providing providing an existing pilot program update on kind of how that is going, and then some information about the program expansion proposal, and then wrapping up with some next steps. So first, taking a step back and looking at the existing pilot program and thinking back to the goal of the pilot, which is pretty simple. The primary goal was to slow traffic speeds in school zones to improve safety for school children. And the reason that that is really important is shown in the graphic that is here, is that there is a fairly large body of research and data that demonstrate that as the speed of a vehicle goes above 20 miles per hour, the likelihood of a pedestrian who is struck by a vehicle being a fatality goes up very rapidly. So we want to avoid that, particularly in school zones. And then really the secondary goal is by making those school zones slower speeds, being safe, feeling safer, encouraging people to use alternative modes like walking and biking to get to school more. So the existing pilot program had 2 locations that we implemented. One was a combined school zone at John Muir Elementary and Kamaica Middle School on 132nd Avenue Northeast in the Kingsgate neighborhood. And the other one was Rose Hill Elementary in the South Rose Hill neighborhood, and the school zone cameras were on Northeast 80th Street in front of the school. And a little bit of background on the kind of the timeline of that. Way back in May of 2019, we did some initial data collection at these schools as well as some others and identified these 2 locations. And in March of 2019, we updated the signage at both of these locations, and neither of these schools had school zone flashing beacons. So we implemented those as part of that signage. We did a before study for the school zone safety cameras in May of 2019. And then we activated the cameras in September of that year. Then in March of 2020, we deactivated the cameras due to the pandemic and school going online. And then fast forward to February of 21, the cameras were reactivated as schools reopened. That gave us an opportunity, although we had originally planned to do our after study in May of 2020. We did that in May of 21, and we plan to do ongoing data collection at these sites. And the next next time we're planning to do that is in this coming May of 2022. So this is a real kind of high level summary of the results that we had over those different data collection periods. The first bar and the tallest bar is May of 2018. Then we have May of 2019 and then May of 2021. And you can, what this shows is the number of vehicles exceeding the percentage of vehicles exceeding 20 miles per hour in the school zones. And you can see in May of 2018, we're very high in both of those locations. And that would be, the signs would have said at that point, 20 miles per hour when children are present. And then with the next bar there in May of 2019, those signs would have been replaced by flashing beacons that basically said, 20 miles per hour when flashing. And then in May of 2021, we have the speed safety cameras implemented. And what we're seeing in both of those locations is with the speed safety cameras implemented, we see a further reduction in the percentage of people who vehicles that are traveling above the 20 mile per hour speed limit. So based on that, we're looking at evaluating the school zone program for expansion at 2 additional schools. And so to look at that additional schools, we looked again at historic speed and volume data. We looked at site conditions, including schools that had existing flashing beacons, and then schools that had an ongoing history of complaints. And we identified 4 school zones to look at: Northeast 112th Street in front of A.G. Bell Elementary, 84th Avenue Northeast on Finn Hill, where we have the combination of the 3 schools of Carl Sandburg, Finn Hill, and Henry David Thoreau, Lakeview Elementary with State Street and 68th, and then Peter Kirk Elementary with 15th Avenue and 6th Street. So those were the corridors we evaluated. And once again, trying to summarize a lot of data that we collected. This table represents those 4 locations. The the location and the directions that that the data is summarized for here. And then the total traffic volume represents a Tuesday, November 30th and Thursday, December 2nd, while the school zone beacons are flashing. So at AG Bell, we had 900 vehicles traveling through the school zones during those periods, and 11% of them were traveling at 26 miles per hour or over. Along 84th Avenue, it was a total of about 2,100 vehicles, and 28% of those vehicles were traveling at 26 miles per hour or over. Lakeview Elementary, we had southbound State Street and westbound 68th as the two locations that I'm summarizing here because they had the highest percentage of speeds over 26 and over. And so that was almost 2,300 vehicles, and 33% of vehicles were traveling at 26%, 26 miles per hour and over. And then Peter Kirk, where we had about 1,100 vehicles, and 18% of those were at that higher rate of speed. So based on that, and there's more detail behind this, but trying to summarize it up to a level to describe here, we identified the two corridors of 84th Avenue Northeast and then State and 68th as the two corridors that we would recommend moving forward with expanding the program. And so that's what these look like in map form. With the 84th Avenue Northeast corridor, we're showing the multiple options, which I'll talk a little bit more about in detail in a second. And then with Lakeview Elementary, once again, that westbound direction on 68th and that southbound direction on State Street. So with 84th Avenue Northeast, we are looking at three different options. The first option, option A, would be a 2-camera treatment. And that is an option that could be implemented for the start of the 2022-2023 school year. This is actually the option that we did data collection on at the end of December, end of November, beginning of December, and that we have data for to kind of support the conclusions of moving forward. We did not collect data at the other sites, and we would need to do more analysis just as a beginning step there. We focused on these sites because based on the experience of our vendor who's done these types of installations prior, is that they have found that the initial school zone camera that you install in a corridor that has back-to-back school zones is really the one that affects the most behavior change. And as you move into the corridor and you implement multiple cameras, it doesn't have as much impact because people are already changing their behavior. And so that along with this is where we kind of have the data, is that's the one we could move forward with. We could also look at in the future or even now, but we couldn't move forward with implementation, would be the 4-camera, some sort of 4-camera solution, which would use Northeast 132nd Street as kind of a break point in the corridor, and then even potentially a 6-camera solution that would consider, basically a camera in each direction in each school zone. This also has some challenges for the courts in that they would be dealing with folks that could potentially be getting up to, three tickets for a specific trip. So some quick next steps if council directs us to move forward. With Lakeview Elementary, we could move forward immediately with a goal of activating at the start of 2022-2023 with a warning period. And then on the Sandburg, Finn Hill Thoreau corridor of 84th, we could move forward immediately with option A, the 2-camera solution, with a goal to start activation at the beginning of the 22-23 school year, with a warning period, of course, and then return to evaluate, either immediately look at evaluating the corridor, or we will be, of course, just like with the current sites, we'll be continuing to monitor these corridors on an annual basis, and we could look at as part of that May 2023 data collection, how those 2 initial sites are performing, and if we are seeing patterns that might warrant an additional camera or more as part of that future. And of course, with any future implementation of additional cameras, we would return to council for final direction on that, if that's the approach that council chooses. And so with that, I'd be happy to return to any slides or answer any questions.
Okay. Thank you, Joel. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So Joel, thank you for that presentation. It's super helpful. And I did want to give you my feedback. I support the idea of expanding our program here. At bottom, I see it as a safety program. I think I'm joined by most of my colleagues and the staff. This is a safety program and it's a safety program for kids. And it's also a program to encourage more active transportation, to and from schools. And so these are important goals. We have received comments from the public, recently and over the course of the years about the program. And I did want to, for anyone, who's listening, who's provided us comments about our safety camera program, we look at revenues. Revenues are examined only in order to determine whether or not the program is able to cover its own cost of operations, which is a nice thing for a safety program to be able to accomplish that. And then, revenues above the operating costs are dedicated by ordinance adopted by the council to pedestrian and bike safety improvements. So we have a safety program that is demonstrates ability to cover its own costs and also to contribute to the city's overall goals for more pedestrian bike safety improvements, and that increases active transportation. So clearly consistent with our goals as a city, and that's why I support the expansion. With respect to the options that staff has presented, with respect to the Carl Sandburg, Finn Hill Elementary corridor on 84th, I feel very strongly here that a 2-camera option is the right solution. I think it's going to have the effect on behavior that we're looking for without the unintended consequence of people getting multiple tickets during a single car trip. I think that would be a very bad result. I don't want to do that to people. That's not the intent. We don't want to cause people to lose faith in government and what it's trying to accomplish when we're really just trying to implement a safety program for kids. And we don't want to crowd our municipal court with objections to, by people who've received tickets. And so I like the idea that we've already done the studies on that option and that we could implement it sooner rather than later for the safety of the kids. So I like the 2-camera option on 84th Street or Avenue. I always forget. Apologies for that. And then of course, with respect to Lakeview Elementary, I think the proposal made by the staff makes a lot of sense. One thing I would like to add, and then I'll wrap up, is we did see, and I guess, yeah, it's included in this special presentation, was included the periodic update on the safety camera program, which gave us the data on, among other things, the 132nd Street corridor near Kamiakin. And one thing that sort of jumps out at you when you look at that data is that, you know, it's an area where people do have trouble going the speed for a school zone in that area. And one of the things I'd like to look at, we're not trying to generate revenue from this program. We're trying to change drivers' behavior for the sake of safety for kids. So one of the things I'd like to at least explore, I'd like the staff to explore, is whether there's some creative, simple, inexpensive things that we can do along that corridor to better signal to drivers that that's a school zone, that they need to slow down. It could be more lights. I'm not necessarily thinking of bigger signs, more lights, but I was thinking about treatments of the pavement. Just creative ideas that aren't horribly expensive. We could invest the money that is generated from our program back into that. And again, the purpose would be, let's help people slow down along that corridor where we know they struggle to go the necessary speed. Again, we're not trying to give out tickets. We're trying to keep kids safe. So with that, I'll wrap up. And Joel, again, thank you for your presentation. I hope that guidance at least tells you where I'm at.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Madam Mayor, I think Councilmember Falcone was next.
Okay, I'm taking them in the order they landed on my screen. So Councilmember Falcone, if you want to go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, thank you, Joel. I agree with Councilmember Black that I fully support the expansion of our pilot program. I was really glad to see that it's working. The data, clearly show that the pilot program is working. We're seeing fewer cars speeding. That's a good thing. It's still shocking, though, I have to say, that almost half of vehicles are still speeding, going over the 20 miles per hour school speed limit there in the pilot area. As far as I'm concerned, school zones are sacred spaces that you don't dare ever speed, even if you are one who likes to, have a heavy foot elsewhere. So, drivers need to do better, but I'm really glad that we're doing our part here. I fully support staff's recommendation for the expansion to Lakeview Elementary. For the 84th Avenue, I want to clarify that there are actually 5 schools along there because there are 2 choice schools. And so having this pilot program actually will help keep students safe in 5 different schools. So talk about, a lot of bang for your buck as far as the location. I think it's in addition to obviously the data that were cited with speed and volume. What was I going to say? I actually have 3 kids that go to 3 of those schools, 3 of those 5 schools. So I'm very familiar with the 84th. I'm unsure whether 2 cameras will be enough. I really want us to pursue studying more. And maybe it's just the location of the cameras that I want us to explore a little bit more. For example, the 2 that are at the very northernmost and southernmost part of these school zones won't capture so many families that cut over from 132nd Street and turn either south on 84th to go down to Sandburg or Discovery School, or go up north to go to Thoreau Elementary. So I think that it would miss a lot of drivers if you only have the cameras at the northernmost or southernmost portion of 84th Avenue. So I'd like to know more about that. I'd like to, for us to study the traffic patterns where people are actually driving along here so that we do capture the most folks that are speeding. I also think that signage, I know this was mentioned, that signage will be part of what we study, is so key here. I have noticed that recently staff installed additional signage for end school zones. So that was really helpful to have that. That was a huge improvement. So thank you. But it's still confusing depending on where you turn from, what street. I often turn from 137th Street to pick up my kids, and I don't see any, school zone signs. And so I just obviously know that it's the time of day and I need to slow down. But it's also confusing for drivers because you have an elementary school and you have a middle school, 2 different schedules. And so it's confusing where along 84th is a school zone at every given point in a day as well. So I think additional signage around that would be really, really helpful. What else? Oh, I had a question. Perhaps this is a question. I think I saw the Deputy Chief on here. Is there a way, I agree with Councilmember Black's concerns about if we have more than 2 cameras, we obviously don't want to have duplicate citations. Is there a way for the officer that's reviewing the citations to dedupe on any given day or certain period of time so that that doesn't happen? I feel like that's something that we should be able to do when we review. And so I'm just curious if there are ways that we can avoid that kind of after the camera has captured.
Sure, thank you for the question. Unfortunately, all of the cameras, they all come in together. And so we might have 200 video footage that we need to look at, and it's just sequential. So it's when they come in. So it's not necessarily, you know, 3 violations by one driver is going to be back to back to back. And so as you go through, as you're looking at that many of them, it would be very difficult to remember, oh yeah, that's that whatever blue Toyota RAV4 that I saw 12 citations ago to do that. So the court would have the ability, if someone were to contest it, and they would have the ability to reduce fines or to get rid of a ticket if someone were to get 2 or 3 in the same zone on the same day, kind of thing.
Thank you, Deputy Chief. That's really helpful. Well, with that said, I understand Councilmember Black's concern, but I still support a phased approach where we initially install 2 cameras at the option A and then further study placement either of additional cameras or of moving those 2 cameras so that they're really at the optimal place. Because to me, the main goal is keeping kids safe, right? And if it's a little bit of hassle with the courts to have to deal with that, I prioritize kids' safety over that. So I'm hoping that that's something that we can avoid and that we won't have a lot of duplicates. But if a study shows that we need more than 2 cameras, then I want us to at least explore that option. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
It's Councilmember Curtis, Councilmember Pascal, and then me is the order.
Well, then okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Joel. I just have 2 short comments. I support staff recommendations. It makes sense to me to do 2 cameras north and south on 84th, and I do not drive that area, so I understand Councilmember Falcone's concerns, but it seems to me that you want to slow people all the way through. And if I think I've ended a school zone, I'm going to speed up, and then I'm going to forget to slow down for the next school. So I'm thinking that signage might be helpful, and you may have said this and I missed it, but it would be useful that you notify people entering 84th that you are passing through 3 or 5 school zones so that they're aware that once they hit that first school, they're not done. So that would be one thought. As far as Lakeview, frankly, I am so relieved to see this on the short list. I drive that every day. You go down 68th westbound, you've got a slight hill, you're starting to gain speed, and you've got that CKC bridge that you can't even see Lakeview Elementary until you are at their crosswalk. So I think it's hugely important that we do this. On State Street, the school is not visible, and I have seen drivers just unaware that there's even a school there. So yay for putting Lakeview on this list, and I actually think that the community will also be relieved that this is taken care of. Thanks for this work.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Joel. I wanted to just kind of, before I get into my comments, I want to provide a little bit of context before I get there. I think many of you know that in one of my roles, I have the opportunity to sit on the Active Transportation Safety Council for Washington State to represent the Association of Washington Cities. And in that, I helped author a paper, policy paper on expanding the use of automated traffic cameras. We did a lot of research from a number of jurisdictions across the state. And really the goal of that paper was really to kind of show best practice and to make a case for expansion and encourage other agencies to use cameras as a way to improve safety of their corridors, particularly for those areas and those users that are most vulnerable. So with that being said, I obviously support the use of these devices. And I'm really proud that Kirkland, we take a surgical approach, is how I'd like to think of it, of really reducing speeds around our schools and during our school hours. But I also really want to make sure that we are leading everyone in how we tie our goals to what we measure, and really think about that. And I appreciated Councilmember Black's kind of discussion about the revenue. When I read information that we produce about the cameras program, we probably devote more text and more pages on the revenue side than we do on the goals that we're achieving, the results that we're getting. And so I'd like to kind of see that reversed, particularly as we communicate, because we might want to expand it further, and we need the community behind this. We need to show that these cameras are achieving some of the results, achieving not just reduction in vehicle speeds during those hours, but these devices have the opportunity to change travel behavior, change behavior outside the school hours too. So it'd be good to, when you're collecting data, to collect it for the full day and see how behavior changes along these corridors, how vehicle speeds are reduced. This information is not hard to get. It's simple. It doesn't cost more than what we're already doing. But if we report that, we track that, that's going to be beneficial. The other thing is the other goal is encouraging kids to walk and bike, more kids to walk and bike to school, but we don't measure that. So that would be good to make sure that we think about and look into how we can work with a school district to get that information, more of that information. I think it's really important that we show these things, not just for our community, but to show others about how we're doing this and how we're achieving the things that we really do want to achieve. And I think devoting more resources to that, that would be money very well spent, explaining this to the community. Now, in terms of kind of specific comments, I support 2 cameras along 84th. Originally, I was kind of coming into this going, supporting just staff, but I thought Councilmember Falcone raised some good points, because now that I was thinking about it, because I drop off and pick up my child from the middle school there. And, a lot of the vehicles don't go all the way south there along 84th. So, we would be missing a lot of folks, probably. And so it would be worthwhile kind of taking a closer look at location. I still believe that two cameras is the right way to go about this, but I think it would be nice to look at the location a little bit more closely, just to make sure that we're really going to be achieving really what we want to achieve, which is slower speeds along the entire corridor, because we will miss probably a majority of the vehicles. And then the other thing that I would like to add is kind of piggyback off of Councilmember Black's idea. I'd like to take it a step further for 84th Avenue. It is the only roadway in the city with elementary schools and middle schools that's signed 35 miles an hour, outside the school time. There's no other schools in the city that are along a 35-mile-an-hour arterial. I think it's time to look at the speed limit along that corridor. That corridor is no different than 132nd Avenue over by John Muir and Kamiakin. They fundamentally look like pretty similar corridors, but yet one's 25, one's 35. We need to take a closer look at that. We need to take a look at what speed management techniques also go along with that, meaning are there low-cost solutions, signing, striping, things that can go along with looking at that change in speed limit. So these don't have to go together, but I think that that needs to be looked at as part of this, or soon thereafter. So that's something that I'd really encourage us to do. So that's enough for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I support Councilmember Falcone's proposal of moving forward immediately on 84th with 2 cameras in order to make the beginning of the school year, but begin to study expansion looking at that area. I went up there during school times. There is traffic coming in from multiple locations, and want to make sure that we are reducing speeds throughout that corridor. I agree with Councilmember Pascal that we do need to look at that old corridor. The signage in there is unclear to me on when the school zones end. And in fact, in the middle near Finn Hill Middle School, there's signage for about a block that you go through the school zone for one elementary school, and then it's signed 35, and then it goes back down to the next school zone. And I think we need to look at how that entire corridor is signed. I did have a follow-up question for the deputy chief. I recognize that the challenge for officers to identify duplicates. If they did identify somebody that was identified by the camera on the same day, would officers have the discretion to only issue one ticket if they were flagged by the cameras as 2 violations?
Thank you for that question. They would have discretion, but I think that would be a policy discussion at this point. If it meets all the criteria that falls under, the safety camera program, we are issuing every ticket, and that includes, city employees, metro buses, all of those. So, I think we have to be careful with the discretion on that. But yes, we would always have discretion on that, but I believe that would be a policy type question if we were able to, remember the same vehicle twice in a day kind of thing.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone, you had something to add?
I did. Thank you. I just wanted to throw support behind Councilmember Pascal's idea of looking at the speed limit there. This definitely impacts a lot of families throughout the day. For example, there's a preschool at Sandburg Elementary. My youngest attends the preschool there, and drop off and pickup times for the preschool are not during school speed zone times. And so there are times when I'm walking my toddler home where there are cars where the speed limit is 35 miles per hour. And that it feels very unsafe. I know that it's very unsafe. Looking at the data that were presented is really scary on fatalities if pedestrian gets hit by a vehicle moving 40 miles an hour. And I'm sure it's pretty typical for vehicles in the 35 zone to go for at least 40 miles an hour. And so I really encourage us to look at that. I think I just wanted to throw support behind Councilmember Pascal's comments on that. Also wanted to mention, just one other thing I forgot to mention, was that my concerns around the location of the cameras, whether it be 2 or more cameras, is yes, about where people enter 84th Avenue, but it's also the topography, because there's hills there, right? And there's a valley kind of in the middle of 84th there. And so, you see a lot of cars that are speeding as they enter the bottom of the hill at the in between, kind of halfway between the northernmost and southernmost part. So I think there are a lot of different factors that come into play that we would need to study. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Nixon.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I don't really have much to add except to say I support what appears to be the consensus direction of starting with 2 cameras in each location, working with the experts to figure out how we can add additional cameras on 84th. And I do support the idea of looking at reducing the speed limit on a significant chunk of 84th around the schools. Thanks.
Thank you, as do I. With that, thank you very much. Joel, do you have what you need?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much for your feedback.
Okay. Excellent. Thanks very much. Okay, this takes us to item 8 on our agenda, the consent calendar. Before we have a motion, I'd like to ask Deputy Mayor Arnold for an audit of the accounts.
Thank you, Mayor. We had payroll in the amount of $3,423,991.96 and bills in the amount of $3,911,859.60.
Thank you very much. Can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Oh, that was I wasn't sure who did that. I heard Councilmember
I really,
Falcone?
I really want this one because I want to set the record for moving the consent calendar at the latest time on record.
Got it.
for our
Okay, I'm going to
council.
give this down
I'll
to
second it
Councilmember
then.
Black and seconded by Councilmember Falcone. Any discussion? Councilmember Nixon, your hand is up.
Yes, I just wanted to take the opportunity to once again express my appreciation to our city clerk and our public records staff. Their semi-annual report was included in this packet. And even though I've retired as president of Washington Coalition for Open Government, I'm still involved in the organization as an advisor. I'm still on the email list. I still hear all the horror stories from cities and counties and other types of agencies all across the state. And our city is a huge example to everybody else. And so I just wanted to express my appreciation for all their hard work and for doing the right things. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nixon, and I think we all echo your sentiment. With that, the question is on the motion to approve the consent calendar. All those in favor, please. There are no ordinance. Is there an ordinance in it? No. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The consent calendar is approved unanimously. This takes us to our business agenda. Council, you want to take a 15-minute break at this point? So that will take us to, somebody do the math. You know I can't do this after
9:40.
9:40. All right, we'll see you all at 9:40. Thank you. our business agenda, I'm going to ask the city manager just to talk to us a little bit about our agenda.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. So knowing the interest the council has on all of the remaining topics, I've spoken quickly with staff. I want to suggest to the council that we could defer the business items 9A, 9C, the planning work program, and 9D, the Kirkland 24 comprehensive plan update, to the next council meeting to make sure the council has time to really spend the time that you want to on that. And also a suggestion that we defer the park ballot measure city work program update also to the next meeting. I think that'll allow you time to really focus on the tree code and some of the remaining action items and the legislative update. So I just want to see if the council would be open to making that suggestion on the agenda.
And I did ask the city manager if this was going to make a monster meeting upcoming, and he said he did not feel like it was going to. So
I think we can spread them out.
So you guys in agreement? All right, let's go.
Okay.
All right, so let's just jump right in there and bring on the choosing hat.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Just a little overview. We are in our second week of the recruitment, and the deadline will be on the 21st unless we need to extend. And so we will be choosing your interview selection committee this evening, and I'll be drawing names from my sorting hat. And if you would like me to go ahead and proceed, I will do that. Or if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer those.
Everybody okay? Go ahead and pull Councilmember Black.
Well, I have one question. Is everyone in the hat? Because
everyone is in the hat.
Well, I honestly thought maybe only 4 of us were in the hat because 3 of us did this work last year.
I will do an extra shake.
Okay, but I guess the standard procedure is even if 3 of us did it last year, they're still in the hat for this year.
That's our current policy, yes.
All right. Sorry, Mayor. Sorry, Councilmember Falcone. Sorry, Councilmember Curtis. Thank you for your service. All right.
All right. The first name is Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Okay.
The second name is Councilmember Black.
Why did I know that?
And the third name is Councilmember Curtis.
Oh dear. Okay, thanks you guys. One more time. But think of the value that Councilmember Curtis has added to this over time.
I was just going to say I'm honored to do this work and happy to be selected. So it's all good.
And Councilmember Black, I did it, I think, 2 years in a row. So I appreciate your comments and I appreciate those who are serving in this capacity. Thank you.
Okay, so let's proceed to item B, the Kirkland Zoning Code, Chapter 95, Draft Tree Code Amendments.
All right. So thank you, Madam Mayor. Just briefly, I want to reintroduce our Urban Forester, Katie Hogan, who will also be supported by our Deputy Director, Jeremy McMahon, and our Director, Adam Weinstein.
Hi, Katie.
Hello. Welcome. Hi. Thank you, City Manager Triplett, and good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor Arnold, and council members. Can everybody see my screen and hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Let's get my settings correct here. Okay, so we are very pleased tonight to resume our review of the draft tree code and work toward final adoption. We do have a fair amount of content to cover this evening as usual. So it should be about a 20-minute presentation, but we're leaving plenty of time for council to ask questions or comment on the proposed amendments. So today we are resuming review of the tree code amendments with the 4th city council meeting since we resumed review back in November. The focus for today's meeting is to review changes made to the code based on previous council direction received over the past 3 meetings. as well as any additional items that council would like to see addressed before considering final adoption of the code on March 1st. Council has to date reviewed all sections of the tree code that have revisions proposed. And during the last 3 meetings, council provided comments and direction that resulted in revisions that we'll be going over this evening. So these revisions that we received from council, I'll just kind of quickly run through them here and then we'll get into more detail. Includes an update to the fee in lieu amount, limits to annual landmark tree removals, an option to bank future landmark tree removals, a departure to allow property owners to remove the last remaining trees with robust mitigation, a hardship clause to waive the development wait periods, mandating the tree removal notification process, incentives for planting of future tree groves, and some revisions to 9544 and 9551 to provide more clarity and include more progressive specifications. So the first revision, the first code amendment that staff has made is the revised fee in lieu. So as a reminder, this fee in lieu would be applied when an applicant cannot feasibly replant on a subject property. They cannot replant the mitigation trees due to space availability issues. And this fee would apply to both private property tree removals as well as development related tree removals. So council had requested that staff confirm whether the proposed fee reflected actual city costs to plant trees throughout the city. And staff did speak with the Parks Department and Public Works Department and found that a fee of $450, which is increased from the originally proposed $350, would adequately cover these costs. In addition, we do also recommend adding language to the code that would allow the city to increase this fee over time to account for increases in material costs and labor costs. And I just want to say, feel free to comment or ask questions throughout the entire presentation. We're kind of jumping around to several different sections. So feel free to chime in if you have any comments.
Thanks, Katie. And council, can I ask that you use the raised hand feature? I cannot work the chat tonight.
Okay, so the next amendment is related to landmark trees. The prior draft allowed landmark trees to be removed as long as those removals didn't exceed the 12-month removal allowances. We did receive direction from City Council that they would like to see these landmark trees more strict and limited, as well as an option to bank additional landmark tree removals. So to reflect this in the code, the staff has added a provision that would limit landmark tree removals to 1 tree every 12 months. And we also included an option to remove 1 additional landmark tree every 12 months with the following conditions. So the landmark tree removal could not exceed the specified number of trees required to remain on the property. Number 2, the mitigation standards under the landmark tree mitigation section 9523 would have to be met for all the proposed landmark trees that would be removed. And number 3, no more than 2 landmark trees may be removed in any given 24-month period. An example of this to provide some more clarity, if a property owner wanted to remove 2 landmark trees during one event, the applicant would need to submit a tree removal permit requesting to bank that additional tree removal and then to provide a mitigation plan showing 6 replacement trees per chapter 95, section 9523. The property owner would then be prohibited from removing any more landmark trees for an additional 12 months or a cumulative total of 24 months from the date the permit was issued. So there's kind of some, this is a little bit of a complex concept here. So we'd like to take this time for council to ask any questions or comment on any comments they might have on this banking concept before we do move on.
So Katie, I mean, just so if I want to put a sport court in and there's a grove or 3 landmark trees, there's just no way for me to do it.
Well, if you had 3 trees on the property and you wanted to remove all landmark trees, is that the question? Just to clarify.
Well, they were where I'm going to put the sport court.
So this would allow you to remove, as long as you still have, depending on your property size, you still have the required number of trees to remain, which is either 2, 3, or 4 trees, depending on how big your lot is. You would be able to submit a permit for your 1 landmark tree removal allowance, as well as that additional landmark tree removal. That would just restrict you from being able to remove any more landmark trees until after that 24-month period has passed.
And if I didn't have any more landmark trees?
Well, if you didn't have any more landmark trees, this still would apply, is the way it's being proposed. But if you didn't have any trees in general, then you would have to go through the permitting process, and the tree would have to be a hazard or a nuisance.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, great, thank you. And if any questions or comments come up later, feel free to let us know. I know we're covering a lot today, so kind of tagging along with this, at the January 4th council meeting, council did express a desire to provide an option for homeowners to remove the last trees required to remain, as long as there's a robust mitigation. And to reflect this, staff is proposing a departure that would allow homeowners to essentially remove the last trees on their lot, with the condition that that tree is not a landmark tree, that the applicant submits a tree removal permit requesting the departure, and that the applicant pays a fee into the city forestry account in the amount listed in the table shown here. So these fee amounts do align with the current fines under KMC 112-100 civil penalty fines for illegal tree removal. Before we dive into that, staff had considered, and we did explain this a bit more thoroughly in the memo, staff had considered the idea of allowing removal of trees with proper mitigation of new tree plantings instead of a fee structure. However, we are not recommending this due to some serious concerns that those replacement trees would not grow to that 6-inch regulated size within that 5-year maintenance period, which would then allow homeowners to remove those trees without a permit or additional mitigation. And that would ultimately be counterproductive to the city's canopy goals. So to explain that kind of in another way, it would be if we did allow for a homeowner to remove their last trees and they just had to plant, let's say, 6 new trees, those trees would not be regulated after that 5-year maintenance period. So it might be a little bit of an avenue for homeowners to clear their properties without substantial consequences. So that's why we've presented this fee-based structure, which would all go toward funding canopy restoration and tree planting projects throughout the city. I am going to get into, actually, first I'll show you an example of this. So for a 9,000 square foot sized lot, the property owner removed 2 trees back in 2021 under their tree removal allowances. And now they're requesting a departure to remove their last 2 remaining trees. To do so, they would need to submit a tree removal permit requesting this departure. They would also need to pay a fee amount related to tree diameter size. So for this example, the 20-inch maple would have a fee of $6,000, and the 22-inch fir tree would also have a fee of $6,000 for a total of $12,000. And the city is not proposing to include landmark trees under this removal departure. Does council have any questions before we talk about the difference between the proposed fee schedule and the existing KMC fines?
I see none.
Okay. So I did mention that fee structure is based on the existing civil penalty fines that you can find in KMC 112-100. And because of that, staff does recommend making adjustments to KMC fines if council would like to adopt this fee structure. And this would be to increase the distinction between proposed fees and illegal tree removal fines. Doing so would disincentivize property owners from just illegally removing trees to avoid the hassle of permitting, since the fines would essentially be the same if you did a permitted tree removal and a illegal tree removal. So staff's provided council with a few different options. The first one being staff's preferred option. This would be the increase in civil penalty fines by 50%. So for an example, a tree that's in that 6 to 12 kind of small inch range, the fine, if the tree were illegally removed, would increase by $500, up from the existing $1,000 to $1,500. And a tree in the middle size range between 18 to 22 inches, the fine would increase by $3,000 from $6,000 up to $9,000. Couple more options here. Option 2 is a similar model. It's just increasing the fine by 25% as opposed to 50%. You can see the difference here would be $250. And for a slightly larger tree, the difference would be $1,500. And then finally, a slightly different approach. Instead of increasing the civil penalty fines, those could stay the same. And instead, those proposed tree removal fines, tree removal fees for the last remaining trees would decrease by 25% to create that gap between the two policies. So in this scenario, for removing a 6 to 10 inch tree, the fee would be $750 versus the KMC fine of $1,000. That's just that $250 difference. A larger tree, the fee would be $4,500 versus the KMC fine of $6,000. So that's a $1,500 difference. So we just tried to break a few examples down here. Before we move on, if you have any comments about this, please let us know.
Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Katie. I just a couple questions. One is, do we have any information on how many fines we've given out since because we just increased the civil penalties, I think 2 years ago, I think. How do we know how many fines approximately that we've given out under these increased amounts?
Yeah, that is certainly, I do not have that information on the top of my head. Jeremy, please chime in if you do have that, but I can easily get that information first for council. I know it has been, I want to say somewhere in the $60,000 range or so.
I believe for 2021, it was 52,000, but that's actually paid in. It doesn't reflect if somebody hasn't paid or is in collection or something on that.
Thank you, Jeremy.
It does, it has, I would add though, it has, I think the increased penalties have demonstrably reduced the number of violations.
Okay, yeah, thank you. It'd be information that I'd certainly like to understand a little bit more. And then the second question is the current amounts that you came up with for payment to remove the last remaining tree. How did you arrive at those in the first place, I guess?
Yeah, so this fee structure here. So this is actually exactly equivalent to the existing KMC fines that were approved. I think it was last year, actually, back in February. So that was the baseline for that. And the reason that those were chosen is because those fees, those numbers align fairly closely with the appraisal value of a tree. So again, it's kind of adopting this pay to play model where if a tree is removed, that value of that tree is now gone. And so this number kind of represents that overall value that tree's providing between ecological benefits and canopy cover.
Okay. Yeah, I'm still just kind of wrestling with the options. I don't know that I feel strongly yet about any one of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Curtis.
I think we're all, thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Katie. I think we're all trying to struggle how to meet our many needs and do this right. Skipping ahead, I support option 1 with the higher penalty fees for illegal removal. And we do give people grace. If they accidentally remove a tree, do something that they're not aware that they can't do or shouldn't do, we waive those fees. And what this purpose is to prevent those illegal cuttings where developers say it's just the cost of doing business, I'm going to cut this tree down, Or I know I've mentioned before, I walk along the CKC and there's illegal topping. People are taking trees down to improve their view. So I support these dollar denominations. I'll be honest with council. It was pointed out to me, and I was struggling when I read it in black and white about that we approved removing the final 2 trees on a piece of property. Because when you see it in stark black and white, it's not what I want to do. We've had 2 trees remaining for years, and now we want to give people the flexibility. And I understand why we're doing that. We do talk about ADUs and solar panels and meeting the other needs that we have. But I guess I just want to share to you and to the community that I'm not comfortable with that. And the trade-off is that people are going to pay an increased amount to remove those trees. And I just want to give you guys an example. I lost a 10-inch Yoshida cherry street tree over the holidays. Construction truck hit the ice, took it out, and the arborist's recommendation of replacement value just for the tree was over $4,000. So trees are expensive to replace, and I think that these numbers are fair. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would just say that I struggle with the same issue that Councilmember Pascal raised. I struggle with the same issue that Councilmember Curtis raised. We are trying, it's complex, right? And the reason it's complex is because of all the interests we're trying to balance. And they're important interests. And, but that's, that's what this review of the tree code requires, is us to examine all the interests, balance them, try to anticipate unintended consequences, and it is extremely difficult, as we all know. And everyone who's participated in this process with us, I think understands that the level of complexity and the difficulty of developing and modifying a tree code to address those competing interests and the complexities, and thinking about the unintended consequences. I actually am inclined, what I heard from Katie and Jeremy is that the fines that we put in place last year are having their intended effect. I'm hoping we can maybe get a little bit more information and data about that, but the increased fines we did last year are having their intended effect. And that leads me to really be looking at creating the separation between the fees and the fines by actually doing a decrease in the fines. And I realize that means people paying less in fees for tree removal. But again, just trying really difficult for all the people that have engaged in this process with us, some of who are going to be listening now or are listening now or listening later. It's just trying to strike that balance. I would like, so I did mention though that I'm not sure I've made my final decision on that, but I just want to share with my colleagues and everyone who's engaged in this process sort of where I am. It's obvious that we need to have a separation, but I'm looking at an increased fine schedule that's having its intended effect, possibly. And so that leaves me looking at possibility of reduced fines. I think the example that Katie shared with us, that person's paying $12,000. That's just a lot of money. No matter how that's a lot of money to your project if you're putting up solar panels or you're building an ADU. And one of the problems we have, of course, and I think we've all recognized this, we've recognized it on many occasions, been addressed by different council members at different times, is one of the difficulties we're having is we're trying to balance the interests of one of our neighbors who doesn't intend to do anything nefarious, doesn't intend to do anything wrong, is looking at developing their property perhaps with great intent with respect to, say, solar panels, ADUs, We're trying to balance that with the nefarious actor. And we've seen those in our city in connection with development. And so we talk about the difference between our sort of neighbors who are property owners and developers who are property owners. Difficulty there is that the law doesn't distinguish between two different types of property owners. They're both property owners. So that's why I indeed struggle with this, including, as I mentioned, the issue of the last two, the removal of the last two trees that Councilmember Curtis mentioned. With that, I'll stop. But I just wanted to share with my colleagues sort of where I am and staff as well.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Katie, again, for lots of great information in the packet, well presented here as we're talking through this. I went back and reviewed the January 4th discussion on this topic when we first proposed allowing for the removal of the last remaining trees. And the discussion there really focused on only doing that in cases where there wasn't a feasible alternative, and there was talk about robust mitigation. What we're hearing from staff here is that the robust mitigation option has its own problems, and I'm just wondering about punting on this whole thing, and would like to see some staff impact in saying, what if we just retain the current code that says there is no allowance for removing your last two trees? Because I think what we're looking at here is a very complex, messy solution to a problem that we haven't actually articulated. I get the discussion we've had previously where Councilmember Nixon has talked about property rights, or Mayor Sweet has talked about wanting to provide maximum flexibility for property owners. But really, when it's getting down to these last two trees, we're going in a direction that we don't want. And I would be, unless we're heard from staff on some problems here, I would actually want to keep the current code that says that the only opportunity to remove your last two trees is in the hazard or nuisance scenario. And so I would like some information on that. To the question about fees and fines, I'm wondering that if we did take that punt approach, it seems to me like we're still going to need to have the fines discussion because we have fees in other places for fee and lieu, or do we not? If we still need to look at fines, I'm in favor of option one. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You know, I'm with my fellow council members. This is a tough one. There's a lot of things to balance. And I'm intrigued by what Deputy Mayor Arnold said, because I also, like Councilmember Curtis said, am concerned about the last two trees, but I also can envision circumstances where we want to allow folks to remove those last couple trees, right? Like if they want to build an ADU or they want to put in solar panels, right? So it's a tough one. Thank you, Katie, for you preemptively answered one of my questions for this, but I'm still kind of struggling with it. And Deputy Mayor Arnold touched on it with, why are we not having more mitigation? Is there something we could do that's more creative, that's a hybrid of, if they plant some trees on their property, they have reduced fees or something along those lines. So we still are getting some sort of fee, but we also may be getting trees planted on that same property too. I don't know how that would work out, but I'm just thinking on the fly based on your response to that question. So I really appreciate that. I also lean toward option number one with the fees, but I'm going to add another layer of complication to this discussion in that applying an equity lens. I think of property owners who may really be struggling to do a project in their yard that would do good, right? And maybe they're taking out a loan, maybe they've scraped and saved for years so they can build an ADU so they can age in place and rent out their home to pay their bills. I mean, I don't know, but I can imagine there are residents who could do some good in their yard by needing to remove their last couple trees, but these fees might tip them over to not be able to do that good project like an ADU or solar panels. And so I wonder if we have a mechanism, or if we can create a mechanism to either reduce or waive fees based on income or some other measurement. If there's a way that we can do that, so that, if we have option one with the higher fees for those who can afford it, but I don't want this to be a deterrent for folks who want to do good and who are working really hard to save their money to be able to do that. I don't want this to be a deal breaker for them either, right? And so I want us to consider that, and consider socioeconomic diversity in our city and who would be able to afford these types of fees. And yeah, so I'm still considering this too. I'm still not 100% on option one. I think I'd want to know about the answer to my question about equity, and also about whether there's some sort of hybrid model for planting and having a fee. Thank you.
Councilmember Nixon.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. I was going to wait kind of towards the end after we heard the whole staff presentation, but since everybody else jumped in, I think I'll jump in as well. I appreciate the Deputy Mayor remembering my previous statements on these issues. Thank you. But I do want to say it again. There should be no untouchable trees. And what's been presented to us here is that landmark trees can be untouchable. If they're one of the last 2, 3, 4 trees, they cannot be removed unless they are deemed a hazard. I strongly oppose this. We should allow landmark trees to be removed with the same mitigation we've talked about elsewhere, like 3-to-1. I'm also really horrified at the fees proposed for property owners to remove their own trees from their own property. It really strikes me as nothing short of extortion. I'm okay with fines, steep fines, for illegally removing trees, especially trees that aren't owned by the person causing the removal. Go after people who are violating the property rights of others, including the city. But trees belong to the property owner. They do not belong to the city government or to the general public or to the planet. If the city believes having more trees is in the public interest, then the city should buy the land on which the trees are growing if the owner is willing to sell, but not take their property from them without compensation. The city should plant trees on our own property and share the cost across everyone, not extort money from someone who has the misfortune of a large tree growing right where they want to put a project. If there is strong objective evidence that removing a particular tree would put neighboring properties at immediate risk, such as from a landslide, then we can require the owner to address that, just like we do with any other land modification to prevent disasters. But we should not violate the rights of property owners for aesthetic reasons or because we imagine that by doing so, we're saving the planet. If we continue down this path, I guess I'll just have to vote no. Thanks.
Thank you. And as you all know, I probably am more inclined to agree with Councilmember Nixon with regard to this issue. I do support fees. I think these fees are pretty remarkable. $12,000 for Katie's example is a whole heck of a lot of money if I'm trying to put it in an ADU or a sport court. Let's just continue on. I just don't think we're going to get to agreement on this. Katie, do you have what you need so far?
So if I can,
Yeah.
just Madam Mayor, I agree we probably don't have consensus on this today, but we do need to sort of call the question at the next meeting then to say, we'll bring you some options based on what we think we've heard, but we'll probably need to vote through the options by motions by council. So if that's okay with the council, then we can bring back those options for the next meeting.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Thank you, City Manager Triplett, and thank you, Council, for all of those comments and feedback. It's definitely a complex subject. Okay, so moving on. So council did show support for mandating actually I'm ahead. The next revision that council requested was to include a clause to prevent undue hardship on property owners when the development wait period of 12 or 24 months is applicable because of a recent tree removal. So staff has added a hardship clause to the code that would waive the development wait periods under extraordinary or unusual circumstances. And this process would require the owner to submit a certified declaration requesting the waiver and describing the circumstances for which the request is being made. The director would then either review the request and either approve or deny it. This also includes the ability for a representative to sign a declaration in the event that the owner is deceased or incapable of signing it. I know there was a lot of discussion about this kind of over the last few months, and I wanted to check in on whether or not this meets council's desired outcome for a hardship clause. If anyone has any comments.
Councilmember Nixon, is your hand up? Okay, thank you. I see none. Katie.
Okay, thank you. Council also showed full support for mandating the tree removal notification process. And to reflect this, staff has revised the code to require the submittal of a notification for any tree removal citywide. Doing this will help staff track tree removals on properties and know the number of remaining trees in order to determine if a permit is required. It also helps save staff on time researching potential code violations. And to make this requirement as smooth as possible, staff will work on developing a streamlined notification process. A comment received at the February 1st council meeting was to provide an incentive for planting tree groves that would eventually mature into future tree groves. And as you know, the city does regulate trees that are comprise a grove of 3 or more trees. And the intent behind this is that is to plant trees that they would be planted in a manner and eventually mature into one of these protected groves. So staff is proposing a concept which would incentivize planting tree groves by allowing the planning official to authorize a reduction in the tree planting credit requirements from 50 to 30 credits per acre. The following would be required to qualify for this incentive. This includes a minimum planting of 3 trees. Trees must be selected from the city approved landmark tree list, which consists of larger tree species. Trees must be planted in a staggered manner that allows them to mature in size after about 20 years with canopy overlap. And at least one of the trees must be planted in a required yard so that eventually in the future they would be regulated as a tree grove. At the November 16th council meeting, council requested that staff review section 9544 internal parking lot landscaping requirements to see if we could make any improvements to promote better site design that maximizes ecological functions. And to accomplish this, staff has eliminated the typical uniform tree planting requirements that we often see in parking lots and that was previously required in Kirkland, and instead requires 25 feet of landscaping per parking stall, where 1 tree must be planted for every 150 feet of landscaped area. Also, the goal of maximizing shading of paved areas, utilizing natural drainage landscapes such as rain gardens, and promoting unique designs consisting of larger contiguous planting areas. Additionally, other specifications were added to improve the overall long-term viability of trees, which would include more generous planting areas for rooting space and nutrient availability, grouping trees with compatible plants that will help to enhance soil conditions, and requiring that all of the areas where future trees will be planted are amended to decompact soils and ensure that those trees are going to survive.
Thank you, Katie. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Katie, can you go back to the previous slide just for a moment, please, on groves?
Yeah.
Thank you. Well, first of all, Katie, I just want to say you are doing a fantastic job responding to council feedback. We have given you a lot of thoughts, a lot of feedback on very, very complex issues related to tree code. And I'm so impressed with how clearly and thoughtfully you've responded to them. So thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. And I'm sure my fellow council members do as well. I had some comments on this. Thank you. This is, I think, stemmed out of some comments that I made at a recent meeting about wanting to incentivize replantings to be planted in groves. So thank you for that. I had a couple of questions related to this. It wasn't clear to me in the memos, so perhaps if you can clarify, does planting of one grove, is the proposal that would reduce the tree density credits from 50 to 30 for a particular lot or for an entire development?
That would be a lot by lot basis. So we assess tree density credits on each individual lot, even if those are proposed future lots, not as the development as a whole. So yeah, the one new tree grove consisting of 3 trees with meeting these requirements would allow them to be eligible for that reduction in tree credits for that particular lot, not the entire site.
Thank you, that's helpful. And then I had a question, my second question was also posed by Finhill Neighborhood Alliance in the letter that they sent. I shared their concern that although I appreciate the creativity here, I am wondering if there's another way to incentivize, if there's a different carrot that we can use to encourage developers to plant tree groves that doesn't further reduce the amount of trees that are going to be planted, right, by having the reduced tree density credits. Is there some sort of like fee reduction or, you know, fee incentive that we could use instead of allowing them to plant fewer trees?
Comment come in from Finhill today, and we have looked at that, and Jeremy and I spoke about it, and you know, I think generally that would be a pretty big change for us to make at this point to figure out what type of fees could potentially be reduced as part of development. You know, while we do understand where Finhill Neighborhood Alliance is coming from with that reduction to 30 credits per acre doesn't necessarily align with the city's canopy goals. Staff doesn't necessarily agree with this because this incentive would require developers and allow the planning official to authorize the planting of these larger tree species that would far exceed the mature size of small trees that are typically planted on development sites, as I'm sure you're aware of. So this incentive would allow the city to enforce planting of these bigger trees that would help offset canopy loss more than smaller trees that are often planted on development sites, and overall would provide more ecological benefits. So, you know, we're willing to kind of talk through this more, but that, you know, that's our staff's position on that right now based on
Thank you,
their
Katie.
comment.
That's really helpful. I think I hadn't realized that nuance, that it's larger tree. Like we're getting larger trees. You may be getting fewer trees, but they'll be larger and in groves. So I think we're getting 2 extra benefits there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Katie. I can pile on and sing your praises, but I'm worried about you now. You're gonna, no, you're doing a fantastic job. And Councilmember Falcone, I really have to compliment you on this grove incentive. Frankly, I think it's a brilliant idea, and I wish I would have thought of it. And one thing to keep in mind is this future grove will be protected. So that's another trade-off in the loss of tree credits. Is this is a legacy. This grove. So I just think it's really great. So, you know, Katie, you heard me, and this internal parking landscape requirements is exactly what I was looking for. So I cannot thank you enough. It's perfect. There's just two little add-ons, which is when I read the code specifically, what I really want to be able to communicate to the developer is that we are incentivizing bioswales, that we want that to happen. So in the code on line 3B, the code reads, the applicant shall arrange the required landscaping through the parking lot in a manner that maximizes shade, maximizes natural drainage. I'm wondering if we, instead of saying maximizes natural drainage, we say creates natural drainage. I just want to be really clear that this is something we want to happen. So I'm wondering if we have some flexibility in that language. And then when I skip down to rooftop parking landscaping, number 5, I was hoping that we would have something similar written in the rooftop landscaping, because in the current code, we continue to say 5-foot square container every 8 feet. I also would like to adopt that we are encouraging developers to cluster these containers in a way. And when you look at new green roofs, there's some very clever things that can be done with landscaping on, you know, rooftop parking lots and rooftop apartment buildings. So again, I'd like to move away from just our standard, you know, this size container, this linear feet, and see if we can put more creative flexibility in the rooftop parking code. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, Katie, I just had one question. I really liked your description of the internal parking lot landscaping requirements. Was great. You really sold it on the basis of its benefits. I do have one question. Have we calibrated, do you feel like staff has calibrated these square foot requirements such that we're going, in future developments, we're going to see at least the same amount of green landscaping per parking spots? Setting the trees aside for just a moment.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Black. Jeremy, I might ask you to chime in on this one. I know this is one that you worked on when we were discussing.
Yeah, that is the intent, Councilmember Black. We kind of did the math on what the average size parking stall is relative to the size of the drive aisles, et cetera. So we had kind of a roughly a one-to-one comparison. So the net result would be the same amount of landscaping internal to the parking lot. We just had to change the calibration because it's not the size of a parking stall. It's the size of a 8x16 or 8.5 by 18 foot parking stall. So we averaged out those two compact and full size stalls, and that's what we came out with.
Okay. Yeah, I really appreciate that, because what we know about at grade parking lots is that, you know, they can, those green areas can have a very positive impact, environmental impact. So definitely want to keep that about the same. So the fact that you did that calibration, I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you all. And just one comment from me, I guess given the incentivizing grove concept, I guess I wonder why we wouldn't incentivize large trees in more instances at some level. So whether it be tree credits or whatever else, we would rather they are planting the big conifers, right? Anyway. Okay, so go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Sweet. Okay, so also during the November 16th meeting, Council asked staff to review 9551 tree and landscape maintenance requirements to ensure they covered all the possible development types. Staff has revised this section to reflect the existing maintenance requirements, which are also the same as those in the proposed code. This breaks down into two categories, each with two possible maintenance requirements. So for single family, short plats, subdivisions, 2-3 unit homes, cottage carriage dwellings, and accessory dwellings, all trees that are required to be planted or retained as part of an approved tree retention plan are subject to a 5-year tree maintenance agreement. And then kind of the other permutation there is that trees located in tree groves, protected natural areas, planned unit developments, and any landscape buffers that were required pursuant to KZC 9540 through 9545 shall be retained in perpetuity unless they're approved for removal through a tree removal permit and meet the city's hazard or nuisance tree criteria. The secondly, multifamily, commercial, and mixed-use developments. Any tree planted or retained per those landscape buffer requirements of 9540 through 45 also must be retained in perpetuity unless approved through a tree permit. And then anything else that was planted on the site, potentially interior to the site, that were required for retention on the tree retention plan and are not pursuant to those landscape buffer standards would be subject to a 5-year tree maintenance agreement. So we just kind of broke this out in a simpler format to make sure we're covering all of these development types. This is no different than the existing code. But if you have any questions about this or if it's still unclear, please let us know.
Looks good.
Okay, great. We're getting close to the end. So additional comments that we received from council, staff will plan to address in the March 1st staff memo. So we are currently actively working on preparing a response to the master builder's letter, which was dated February 1st, related to trees and development. We also are working on providing additional cost information for applying the proposed variations to development standards, such as shoring and cantilevering. And we're also evaluating the terms feasible, reasonable, to make sure those are consistent throughout the code and the intention is very clear. We did receive comments from Finn Hill Neighborhood Alliance today and wanted to take a little bit of time here to kind of run through these in case council has any comments. So Finn Hill, comment number 1, Finn Hill did not support allowing the removal of the last remaining trees. Staff tends to agree that this policy would result in lots that do not contribute to the overall canopy cover of the city. And to try to offset this, staff had presented this robust fee program to try to disincentivize clear cutting lots. So depending on council's position here, and we kind of talked through this a little bit earlier, there's essentially 3 options. One would be for council to vote on retaining the existing restrictions in the current code and in that previously proposed code that was presented to council on January 4th, I think it was. Option 2 would be that council could proceed with staff's recommendations presented tonight. And option 3 would be that council can proceed with the provision presented tonight and also add on-site mitigation requirements on top of the fee. And potentially, I think it was Councilmember Falcone mentioned a hybrid approach between the two, could maybe be a 3A option or an option 4. So the second comment, Finn Hill said that they support option 1 for increasing the KMC fines up by 50% if the tree removal for the last remaining trees is supported by council. This is also consistent with staff's recommendation. We do prefer that option 1. Finn Hill recommended adjusting the hardship clause to narrow the language and refer to circumstances that specifically place financial burden on applicants. So staff did intentionally leave this language fairly broad in the code, as there may be other circumstances that would warrant a waiver that aren't financial and don't relate to individual financial hardship, but may instead be based on traumatic life events. And if anyone has comments on that or would prefer to see that specific language, please let us know. Comment number 4, Finn Hill supports mandating the notification process and supports a request to allocate additional funding to implement this requirement. Staff recognizes that this new provision will likely require future staffing and budget discussions in order to adequately process and intake tree removal notifications. Comment number 5, Finn Hill generally supported the incentive for planting future groves. We kind of already talked about this earlier, so I might skip over this one. I already explained the staff's opinion on this and stance on how we don't necessarily agree that the reduction to 30 acres is counterproductive to our canopy goals. Finn Hill also had several comments regarding parking lot landscaping. I do have to say staff didn't quite understand the comment regarding clustering utilities and clustering them into a kind of single 35-foot envelope, since parking lot design is very site specific and can depend on availability of and location of existing utility connections. So we don't feel like we're in a position at this time to impose a sweeping design restriction. Just wanted to clarify that 9544, the parking lot landscape design, does explicitly call out rain gardens. That was another one of their comments. And that 9552 does prohibit the planting of any invasive plants, which is applicable to any section of the tree code. Just a couple more here. The next comment was regarding a 5-year tree maintenance agreement and whether that's enough time for a tree to survive in the long term. So this recommendation does reflect the kind of industry standard for the amount of time that it takes a newly planted tree to establish to a point where it's establishing roots, it's rooting, it's taking in nutrients, it's putting on new growth, which is typically between 1 to 3 years. And so this 5-year maintenance really provides an opportunity for the trees to survive before they homeowners can do as they wish with them. Staff doesn't feel that a longer wait period would necessarily enhance the chance of survival. And I think finally here, or almost finally here, FinHill recommended adding specific language to the city forestry account KZC 9557 to state that funds received through the in lieu program will go directly toward planting trees in that same neighborhood or areas where canopy is deficient. The city's canopy assessment has identified opportunities for future canopy, and tree planting goals will be focused on those deficient areas. We do feel that this doesn't necessarily need to be specifically stated in the code, as we do have ongoing service packages to study canopy changes, and these objectives will continue to evolve over time based on these new findings and data sets. And then finally, they brought up kind of a ongoing concern about tree fencing being moved around on lots under development. And they suggested requiring a site visit with an inspector prior to land clearing. We just wanted to clarify that staff currently does this. We do require an inspection prior to issuing demo plans, as well as another inspection of tree fencing prior to issuing building permits to go over the required protection. While it is somewhat out of our control to completely 100% monitor development sites all the time, staff does feel that adding the new clear signage showing the required location of that tree fencing on the actual fencing will help to further impose this and educate contractors. Okay, so moving on to the tentative schedule, the plan is to return to City Council on March 1st to go over any final revisions and consider council adoption. At that time, we could also bring an ordinance for council to consider. If adopted, we would be looking at April and May to conduct extensive public outreach and education, updating city procedures and systems. And based on this, we're proposing an effective date sometime in June. We will have a lot more details about kind of what we propose for this implementation phase in the next staff memo as well. So that concludes the presentation, but I wanted to open the floor up to council to comment on this timeline, the realisticness of it, any comments that you may have.
Great, thanks, Katie. Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Katie. And boy, we are going to have a party in June 2022 when we adopt this code. So thank you for helping us along in this journey. I have 2 additional comments that I want to give you. In 95.2 public tree pruning and removal, you have frankly a very important, brilliant sentence which says pruning which results in the removal of more than 25% of the live crown is not an acceptable pruning practice. I think that's a really key statement, and I would ask that we use that statement in our pruning definition also, because I suspect that people will look under pruning, and I think that's a really important information to convey. And in 9525, number 11, where you talk about applicants for a forest stewardship plan, I had mentioned this before. I like that we talk about that people are encouraged to ask for technical assistance and apply for grants. I just feel like we need to help point people in the right direction. So I have language to offer which reads, applicants for a forest stewardship plan are encouraged to, and this is the new part, seek direction from city staff for, and then go into technical assistance, incentives, resources, etc. And I don't think that's a huge burden for staff. I just think that, if someone reaches out to staff, we can say, here's where to go for some information. So I just want to be a little more helpful in that. And again, I can't thank you enough for your great work on this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilmember Nixon.
Well, thanks. I just wanted to follow up on something that Councilmember Curtis just said, which has to do with the definition of pruning, and ask, does it say you can take 25% all at once or 25% once a year? Or, I mean, what would stop somebody from taking 25% every quarter until the tree was gone entirely? Does the definition address that at all?
Thank you, Councilmember Nixon. That's a good question. I do not believe the definition does address that. And it specifically says that, industry standards do not allow pruning more than 25% of the tree during a single pruning event, I believe it is, but I can confirm that language and ensure that it's very clear to residents what this provision entails.
That's it.
Thanks. Yeah, I think it would be great if it was unambiguous.
Yeah, it's a good question because the definition of pruning is just talking about literally the act of pruning. It doesn't talk about what good pruning or bad pruning is. So we'll have to kind of look at tying those sections together, as Councilmember Curtis mentioned.
Yeah, and I think just to add to that, thank you, Jeremy. One during this implementation phase and when we're doing outreach and education, one thing that this city and staff really want to do is create kind of more educational flyers and handouts for residents. So one of those may be a pruning guide that shows, what would follow, acceptable pruning practices per the tree code.
Okay, great. All right, folks, we done with this for tonight?
That is all we have.
Thank you very much, Katie. Keep it up.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. Have a great night.
We'll see you in March.
See you. Bye.
Okay, that takes us not to
9E.
It takes us to item E.
9E, yeah, the I-405 inline bus agreement.
Thank you. You may take it from here.
Okay. So question for the council is whether you want the presentation or you want to move, it's basically just a repeat of a synthesis of the memo, or if you want to just move to action, or if you have questions.
Yeah, I don't think there's a whole lot, well, other than, I would go ahead and dispense with the presentation, Councilmember Nixon.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I move that we adopt the resolution R5519 and resolution R5520.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Nixon, seconded by Councilmember Falcone to move, hold on. All right, the two resolution 5520. Wait a minute.
5519, 5520.
5519 and 5520. It's moved by Councilmember Nixon, seconded by Councilmember Falcone. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. I believe that takes us to the state legislative update.
That's
City
correct.
Manager. Hello, Lori.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. Here to give you that update is Lori McKay, our Intergovernmental Relations Consultant.
Can everyone hear me? I can't find my headphones.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. Can you see the presentation?
No.
Oh. That whole share button. Okie dokie.
There we go.
Now. Okay, perfect. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. Tonight you're receiving your third update on the city's state legislative priorities. I have 9 slides tonight, so I'll just dive in. We're going to start with an orientation to the session cutoff calendar, and then we'll go right into the status of the bills associated with the city's top legislative priorities. Take a quick look at the proposed transportation spending package, and then a quick look at some other legislative proposals that council has expressed interest in.
9 slides with Lori. She's the last, right?
Kevin.
And then reasonable reports. minutes reports in executive session or not.
Okay.
Do you want to go, Gabe?
Yeah.
Okay, that's my man, J-Lo. Okay, so this slide highlights the session cutoff calendar, and in yellow, right there in the very middle of the screen, you can see that today is the last day to consider bills in the House of Origin or pass bills in the House of Origin. The next critical cutoff date is the policy cutoff date, February 24th, in the opposite house. So that's where we are, and that's what we're aiming for. Moving on to the status of the city's priorities associated with bills. The slide on screen now highlights bills that are associated with our priority on affordable housing. There's only one bill remaining that is associated with the city's priority to provide a property tax exemption for ADUs that are dedicated to low-income people. It's House Bill 1841, sponsored by Representative Wallen, and that was passed by the House on Saturday with a 66 yeas to 31 nays. And then today, 1841 was referred to the Senate Housing and Local Government Committee for consideration. Under the next priority, defining affordable housing developments as essential public facilities, last meeting I included a bill, House Bill 2061, which was short titled Adding Permanently Affordable Housing to the Definition of Public Improvements. I included that bill, but it wasn't exactly in this category, so I removed it. But that said, House Bill 2061 was passed by the House on February 9th, and it's scheduled for hearing tomorrow in Senate Housing and Local Government. This slide highlights bills associated with the city's priority of clarifying police reform legislation from last year, dealing with the use of force and less than lethal munitions. As you can see, all three bills that the city is putting energy into have been passed by the House, and they have all been referred to Senate Law and Justice. And two of them, House Bill 1735 and House Bill 1719, could meet the February 24th policy cutoff as soon as Thursday this week. This slide highlights bills that are associated with the city's priority of supporting legislation that promotes equity and social justice. House Bill 1156, which was introduced last session to this last session, and it speaks to the city's priority of allowing jurisdictions to implement ranked choice voting. It was placed on second reading and rules on February 7th, but as of today, it appears to be dead. So the two bills that were associated with that are now, technically dead. Finally, on this slide, House Bill 1769 concerning community municipal corporations was passed by the House on Saturday, and today it was referred to the Senate Housing and Local Government Committee. The update here on the capital projects that the city has proposed that be funded. The update here is that we expect the state to provide a revenue forecast tomorrow, and that forecast is typically followed by the legislature's release of its budget proposals. So perhaps by Friday, we may see the House and Senate release their proposed supplemental operating, capital, and transportation budgets. And once they're released, staff will comb through the capital budget in search of funding for these projects. That's the highlight of our priority bills. I'm going to move next to the transportation spending package, but does anybody have any questions on what I've just presented?
I see none.
Okay. So this slide highlights the recently released Move Ahead Washington proposal. The Move Ahead Washington proposal is a $16 billion transportation funding package, which would be spent over the next 16 years. The package, Senate Bill 5974 and 5975, is intended to preserve roads, bridges, ferries, and sidewalks, reduce carbon emissions, expand multimodal options, and address harm caused by previous transportation policies. 5974, addressing transportation resources, was heard on the 10th, had a second hearing on the 11th, and on Valentine's Day, executive action was taken, and on the 15th, the first substitute was sent to rules and placed on second reading. So that's the status of that bill. The city's primary interest in the Move Ahead Washington proposal include the funding that's included for the north end of I-405 improvements for bus rapid transit. This particular mega project is included on Kirkland's 2022 support items agenda, and then funding for the Regional East Trail, which is also a project that is included on the city's 2022 support items agenda. And then the surprise that Deputy Mayor Arnold found was these two local projects here, rapid flashing beacons at State Street and 7th, and then the sidewalk on the east side of 116th Avenue Northeast. These two projects were tucked into the proposed transportation package last session in 2021. The bill died last year, and then when the project list was released last week, these two projects popped up on it. So this specific slide highlights our interest, and I'm not sure if Deputy Mayor Arnold wants to add anything here.
Deputy Mayor Arnold?
Thank you, Mayor. Given the support in the Move Ahead Washington proposal for some key things on our support agenda and some capital projects that we've advocated for in the past, the legislative work group would recommend making this bill a priority in the support role, meaning that we would track and advocate for this, but we're not leading on making this happen. And so I'd like to make that motion that we support the Move Ahead Washington package.
Second.
It's been moved by Deputy Mayor Arnold, seconded by Councilmember Curtis to support the Move Ahead package. Discussion, Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is more of a question about the package, and I'm assuming when you say the package, it's the Senate Bill 5974
and 75
and 75. Okay, so I was reading the 5974, the actual language. It's like 125 pages, and there's a section on city funding, and they're proposing to expand authority. And so I'm hoping you can confirm this, not tonight, but at some point. But what I read is that they would give cities the authority to charge utility tax on gas and telecommunications up to 2%. That would be directed towards transportation. That would be by authority of council. And that they would also expand the transportation benefit district authority for cities or counties to add in a 1% sales tax authority by the council or by the governing board. So that would not have to go to voters. If an agency wanted to take it to 0.3 of 1%, that would have to go to voters, or 0.2 of 1% would have to go to voters. But the 1/10 1% could be a council matter. So if you could confirm that that's still in, that would be something I'd be interested in.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we all would.
So there's a motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Question is on the motion to support the Move Forward package, whatever it's called. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
The motion carries 6-1. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There we go. This final slide shows other legislative proposals that may be of interest to council members. I just want to raise the top one is House Bill 1990. It is, I would actually phone a friend to Deputy Mayor Arnold to have him describe how this kind of interacts with the Move Ahead Washington proposal, but it is a bill that's moving scheduled, or it was heard and scheduled for executive session on Thursday. And I'm in that tired phase and can't really articulate its connection except for that I'm going to pass it to Deputy Mayor Arnold if he is tracking enough to help me out here.
Sure. For the 405 North End improvements, there were two pieces to it to be able to make those happen on schedule. One is funding, where there's a couple of things that have gone through the or been considered by the legislature. One was a bonding package, and the second is the Move Ahead Washington package. And then the other piece is the sales and use tax deferral, so that the construction costs of those 405 improvements aren't charged sales tax. So this is a bill that previously has been part of council legislative updates, and the city has supported. We've signed in support of it. We haven't actively testified, but I would consider this an important piece to actually pass the 405 North End improvements that are something we've been supporting.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, then so support Dewar's bill.
Yeah, it's on our support list.
I thought so, yeah.
This slide is kind of an FYI just to address some of the bills that council members have expressed interest in. Senate Bill 5078, firearms safety measures to increase public safety. There's a hearing scheduled tomorrow on this bill, and then it's scheduled for executive session on Friday. 5568, preemption of municipal laws restricting open carry of weapons. It's been in rules since January 28th and appears to be dead. 5707, extending additional uses for automated traffic safety cameras for traffic congestion reduction and increased traffic safety. Councilmember Pascal discussed earlier this evening about some work that he's been doing on the committee that he's involved with, but this bill was passed by the Senate on February 8th and was referred to House Transportation on the 11th.
Councilmember Pascal, did you want to comment on that?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Laura, I just also note that the Transportation Bill 5974 actually wraps in all the automated camera expansion authority into it. So I know that HB 1969 died, but it's actually within the Transportation Bill in its entirety. So the Transportation Bill expands authority for cameras in public park speed zones, hospital speed zones, school walk routes, and one camera for every 10,000 people in population to be installed in high accident areas within cities. So it kind of interesting. They took all those different bills and pulled them all into the big transportation bill.
Awesome. That's really helpful. Thank you.
Actually, that's what they were supposed to do, right? Was to incorporate some of these things. So it makes sense.
Yeah. The last bill is House Bill 1652 concerning conservation district elections. This bill appears to have died in rules. So that's the end of my presentation tonight.
Thank you, Lori, and thanks for all your continued work on this. It's really been great. Deputy Mayor Arnold, did you have some further comments?
Only that Councilmember Pascal has highlighted why Lori's slides always say appear dead, because the legislature finds a way to resurrect things. Thank you.
Did you want to talk about 1169? Or 1769?
I will bring something up during council reports.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, are we done with you, Laura?
Yeah.
Go to bed. Bye. All right, so that takes us to city work program.
No, we're deferring that one also, Madam Mayor. That was part of the motion to defer.
Excellent. Then we are at reports, city council, regional and committee reports. Probably as brief as possible since it's after 11. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have an extremely lengthy report to give you. Honestly, most of my time over the last 2 weeks has been spent in lengthy conversations with the leadership at Eastside Prep School and parents, groups, and individuals, one-on-one conversations. So I think all those conversations have been really helpful. I think they're ultimately going to inform some of what we do as a city. But that has been the bulk of my time, and I just want to thank Councilmember Curtis as well for her partnership in a lot of that work. So we're out there talking, listening, trying to answer questions, etc. Did attend the Eastside Transportation Partnership, provided the council with a summary of that meeting. If anyone has any questions, they can ask me or Deputy Mayor Arnold. I also attended the K4C Outreach Committee meeting, and I sent around some materials. Unfortunately, it was just a few minutes before we got on our study session tonight. But the leadership of the Outreach Committee of K4C circulated 2 sign-on letters addressed to the state level concerning a couple of subject matters. All of you have that in your email inbox. There are a couple options we can take. We can just leave it up to individual council members to make a decision whether to sign on to those letters in their individual capacity as elected officials, which is one approach. Another approach is, since the letters, as I described in my email, are consistent with some particular actions in our sustainability master plan adopted by the council, we could make a decision to support those letters and have them signed on behalf of the entire council. I'll leave that up to my colleagues. And that's the end of my report. So it's really that question if folks want to speak to that.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One note of personal news: I have accepted an offer to serve on Puget Sound Energy's Beyond Net Zero Carbon Advisory Committee that is working to give Puget Sound Energy advice and hold them accountable to their Beyond Net Zero goals. We had our first meeting last Thursday, and this is something that will take several meetings throughout the year. I have the honor of serving with Bellingham Mayor Seth Fleetwood and Port of Seattle Commissioner and Kirkland resident Sam Cho, in addition to a number of other experts and community folks that are part of this advisory group. But I will update you as I can throughout the year on this. Secondly, as the mayor had mentioned, on the Community Councils Bill, House Bill 1769, advocacy groups are drafting a sign-on letter. Final language for it was not ready to be able to circulate tonight, but I will send that around if you choose to sign on to that letter as individuals. As this bill has passed the House, it's going through to the Senate next. Thank you. That's my report.
Thank you. Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You know, I just want to acknowledge all the regional work that this council does. I don't even begin to do a third of what so many of you are doing. And Deputy Mayor, that was just an example of going above and beyond and doing this really important regional work. So my respect to all of you. Thank you. My time, as been said, has spent a lot of time with Eastside Prep leadership, parents and guardians. Had a KCD meeting, and I also went to the Whatcom Crisis Stabilization Tour, which was really, really well done. If you have a chance to go to any others, I encourage you. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
The only thing I'd add is just thank you to Councilmember Black, Curtis, and the mayor for taking on a pretty heavy lift here with talking with the school and community members. So appreciate that. I don't have anything else to add.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Nixon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to let you all know that I asked the city manager, actually the deputy city manager for external affairs, to secure from the county copies of all the existing good neighbor agreements that are in place with any existing sites. So we can review them and see what the county has agreed to at other sites and have that be a head start on considering what terms we would want in Kirkland. I also asked for a copy of the specific criteria the county has been using to evaluate hotels across the county and the specific scoring for all the hotels in Kirkland so that we can share that with our residents and they can understand why the county says that La Quinta is the only option. I haven't heard much back on the progress on those. Maybe the city manager is aware of status, but I'm sure that as soon as we get that information, they'll share it with all of us. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before I get into my reports, I was curious, Councilmember Black, were you looking for us now to give input on whether and take a vote or head nods as to whether we want to consider signing on those two letters as a full council as opposed to individuals?
Yes.
Okay, I feel like we skipped that.
I was looking to see if there was consensus one way or the other from the group, and then I guess the mayor would entertain a motion if we were going to do it as a council because it's consistent with the sustainability master plan.
Okay, well, before I get to my report then, I'd like to move that we sign on as a council to both of the letters that you sent earlier today.
I'll second.
Moved by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Councilmember Black to sign on to the letters that we received earlier today. All the discussion, Councilmember or Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will be abstaining from this motion. One of the sign-on letters is going to the State Building Code Council, which I serve. I've got no objection to the City Council sending the State Building Code Council a letter, but I would like to abstain for the record.
Deputy Mayor, sorry, Mayor. Oh.
No, go ahead.
Would the Deputy Mayor appreciate if we bifurcated the motion into two?
For the sake of expediency, I don't mind having this as a single motion that I abstain from.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Yeah, I'm gonna just say that I'm voting no purely because I have not had time to read the letters and I don't want to vote on something that I haven't digested yet. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the question is on the motion for the council to sign off on the two letters that we were presented with today. Moved by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Councilmember Black. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
No.
Abstain?
Abstain.
Okay, so it carries 4-2-1, right? So that's a carry. The motion carries. Thank you. Go ahead,
Councilmember Black, for raising that. Okay, so now I'll get on to, I'll try to be brief. wanted to share that I attended at least my first transportation ad hoc work group meeting, and it was informative. Councilmember Pascal is our chair of that committee, or that working group. So thank you so much, Councilmember Pascal, for taking that on. Also attended last week my first King County Affordable Housing Committee meeting. I sent notes earlier today on that, so let me know if you have any questions. And also was represented Kirkland at the SCA PIC meeting last week. I also sent you notes on that. So thank you, Mayor Sweet, for sending me your comments on that and highlighting some important things that were discussed during that meeting that I then amended the original notes. But if anyone else has any comments, feel free to let me know. Also attended the virtual Whatcom County Crisis Stabilization Center tour with Councilmember Curtis and Mayor Sweet and Councilmember Black. I think I've covered who was there. And that was really informative. I also agree that I encourage anyone to attend future ones that we have. Attended the first drive-in movie last Friday with the new LED screen. It was fantastic. My family loved it. Very, very well done, Parks and Community Services staff. I mean, that was amazing. This has been, a dream of mine for Kirkland to have movies in the park and to have drive-in movies. And I am so thrilled to see that happening. And I think I saw a teaser that there might be some summer movies in the park. I'm not sure what that's going to look like separate from the drive-in movie series, but really, really excited about that. Also attended this weekend the Galentine's Day event that the city put on, so very well done with that. There was a whole bunch of really fantastic women-owned businesses and BIPOC women-owned businesses that were there that you could buy all kinds of really amazing treats and things from. So thank you for organizing that. As far as things coming up on the 23rd, I'll, with many of you, be attending the Crisis Clinic Symposium, and as well as later that day, the SCA Equity and Inclusion Cabinet meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. And as far as I'm concerned, I think I updated Amy's PIC minutes to reflect some of the discussion that we had at Regional Water Quality. I just want to say about the new Regional Water Quality Committee, I feel like I'm in a brand new land. The new membership from the PIC, thank you again, Kelly. I think I've already thanked you once, but it's an amazing change. These people are engaged. These people are smart. And we are going to, absolutely reinvigorate the whole process around regional water quality. I'm very excited about it. Also had Cascade Water Alliance meeting this afternoon. The Finance Committee meeting. I will be relinquishing the chairmanship of that meeting when I take on the chairmanship of the committee of the board next Tuesday. But at the same time, that means I'll be going to all of the meetings of Cascade. So it's given up one official one for another one, but I am looking forward to it. And Ray Hoffman and I are having some very good discussions. And I feel like we're sailing along as far as water is concerned. And beyond that, we also did have a solid waste meeting. I think John already sent the minutes out. It was a fairly status quo meeting. We certainly are at a point where, as the county is really kind of pushing us toward trying to get to a place where we can reevaluate ILAs, the recommendation continues to be from the committee that we are not willing to look at an ILA, regardless of the fact that it would have a very positive effect potentially on our borrowing power. But until we have a clear understanding of where we are going with long-term solid waste storage, until we have that discussion with regard to particularly waste to energy or transfer to Eastern Washington or Southwest Washington, Southeast Washington, that we just can't make that kind of a commitment. Other than that, city manager, all is in your court.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have 4 quick but important items. So the first 2 are from earlier today, when the sustainability ambassadors came and talked to you. There was a request, so if the council wants to look at funding the request, it was for $16,000. I would need a motion to bring back something for the council to vote on from the Council Special Projects Fund at the next council meeting, according to our
So
rules.
moved. Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Falcone, seconded by Councilmember Curtis. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Toby, did you vote?
I think I'm going to vote no, just because I don't think I have enough information yet on exactly what the deliverables would be to the city.
Isn't that what they're going to come back with?
Well, perhaps, but yeah.
Okay, thank you. Motion carries 6-1. Thank you.
The second is just to, I probably need a motion. The request from the Kirkland Parks Foundation was for $50,000. The council discussion was to return with a MOU and possibly the first $50,000. So not at the next council meeting, but at a future when we have that. So, but I'm just looking for a motion to give us direction to enter into that discussion and to propose some funding.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved by Councilmember Pascal, seconded by Councilmember Nixon to have an MOU come back to us with regard to our relationship with the Kirkland Parks Foundation and possible funding. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Is there a discussion? Sorry, Council. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. City Manager, Councilmember Curtis.
City Manager, I just would appreciate that some of the other questions I had, in particular, the ED search, our participation in that, which wouldn't be in the MOU. So let's make sure we reflect all of that.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Back to you, City Manager.
Okay, so then one last two updates, both related to the governor. So Governor Inslee actually his office contacted Carly Jorger in our office, and the governor wants to come out on March 1st in the afternoon to have a roundtable discussion with the radar cities about our potential regional crisis clinic. So we're working hard to figure out what that means to the governor and the timing and all that, but we'll likely get information out to you all, but it's probably going to be limited. He wants to do it in person, so it's probably going to be limited to like a mayor or deputy mayor of each city. But as soon as we get more information, we'll get it out to you, but it's a very positive sign. He is definitely looking to see something happen in the north end of King County. So that just came to our radar screen. I just want to make sure you all knew about it.
That's excellent, because he's got a pile of money.
Yep, he does. Okay. And then finally, I know it's late, but this is probably a great thing to end on. So last week on February 9th, you probably all saw the governor did announce that they're going to be ending the outdoor mask mandate on February 19th, this Friday. And that would apply to any outdoor gatherings. He's also said in that same announcement that sometime this week, he'll be making an announcement about the state decision with respect to indoor mask mandates and when they might be lifted. Kirkland, there's also a King County set of mandates we have to look at as well, but clearly at some point the masks are coming to an end. And so I just wanted to put that on the council's radar screen and say that we have said no in-person council meetings until the mask mandate is lifted. Should that be announced in the next couple of days, what we'll be doing is finding out the best time for the next available council meeting to actually have an in-person meeting. So not likely to be the March 1st meeting under any scenario, but it may be as early as the March 15th, could be later, but as soon as we see the announcement, we'll obviously talk with the council about that.
Can we have cake?
What's that?
Just
Can we have cake?
Can we have cake?
We can have cake. So.
Yes.
So if there are any questions on any of that, I just wanted to make sure we got that on the record.
That's good news, indeed. Thank you.
Okay. So, I'm sorry. Councilmember Nixon did ask me to make one comment about the Houghton Village purchase, an update on the Houghton Village purchase, because some people have been concerned that we are looking at this as a permanent supportive housing site. We are still in the due diligence phase. That 90 days does not end until mid-April. And we have never proposed that site as a potential permanent affordable housing site. Permanent supportive housing site. Anyone who's interested can see the memo that was given to the council, but we've looked at it as a potential school partnership, a potential nonprofit site, and a potential affordable housing site. But staff is not proposing this to be a permanent supportive housing site. So just want to make sure everyone got that on the record.
Thank you for that clarification.
And that is all I have, Madam Mayor, unless there's
Excellent. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time for us to adjourn this meeting. Thank you all for a whole lot of hard work and continued hard work. And it'll continue this way for a while, right? So thank you. I am so grateful to work with all of you. So good night. Bye.